Have a big change around.
I copy that, Pat. I don't know if you heard the transmission with alarm, but they stated that they gave those coordinates to the Forest Service, and they said that that was not their burn area.
Right here on the coastline there,
yeah,
just
I'll advise dispatch and I'll go available.
Watching you just from here on this side, I am totally at Digital Station 1. I'm running here with a
all the way out,
the
Walker Road,
flight
to where this thing is at, and where this burn was at.
The USRP flight.
Where this thing is at, call.
So it should be working
It runs over a Raspberry Pi 4, which is downstairs in my living room.
That break alarm.
Here in the bedroom there, Lenny. And
I
that
think
is
you're
this.
live, maybe.
Headset by a comfortable there. What do you think? The H150
Yeah,
headset.
seems pretty random.
It sounds like this was back inside that prescribed burn that the Forest Service had, so if you could just relay that information to the Forest Service and see if they have a resource that they can at least send that way.
If you needed for sending the shark, you're making a few contacts, Lenny. Whiskey 4, Quebec, Lima Charlie from Mike 3, Tango Whiskey Alpha. How can you help yourself, Lenny?
Morning, and heard the head count that you did, and it's pretty impressive. You must live pretty close to the coast there, Chuck. It's amazing. I used to go down to Mexico, El Paso, and I could get into. Back then, we didn't have all these repeaters in San Diego. I could get into Saddle Peak from. I was airboat below the Bufadona, can get in a couple of lots. So when the inversion is in, it's wonderful, especially for simplex. Anyway, I gotta write a check for my pro guy, and I better. He's going to be leaving in about 5 minutes, so I got to get the check in. Thanks for coming back, Chuck. I appreciate it. Congratulations on 17 contacts. Simplex. We're hoping that my exercise will grow with more and more people listening. That would be wonderful. Talk to you later, Chuck. WD6 sounds today clear.
You do like anything over a microphone shot in there, but especially a country there. So if you get a chance to look like I don't think you'll be disappointed, my friend. Anyway, we wish you a very good afternoon. Yeah, a very good evening for myself, and of course, a very, very sympathy for my family, your family over there in the US of A. 593 TWA, and with Whiskey 4, Quebec, Lima Charlie.
Quebec, Lima Charlie, thank you, and 7-3.
K6 PKL. Yeah, can you tell me which Yaesu repeater you're using? Is it the DR1X or the DR2X?
Not remain silent.
Yeah, K6TV.
Maybe it's time to remain silent.
I'd like to see if I could get your station simplex. That would be awesome. K6TV. Write that check. Talk to you later. K6TV.
Inside the repeater, and then having the next controller, and that comes through our leak frequency at 1439 megs. So basically, that's what we've been able to do. So what we do is actually you can turn the repeater off on the repeater frequency, but you can't turn that on because the repeater is actually dead. And so we go into the link frequency, and we give it the F command, and then that turns the power back on the repeater, and that does a hard boot on it. And that's been very successful. Fix that problem. K6 PKL.
Same traffic. I checked all the Rams at 198. Nobody's there.
6 Delta Victor, WD6 LST.
10-4, 240, did you copy?
40, I copied all things.
1149.
Was that back to you, over?
79, I'll be 10-7. Have a good day.
Yeah, because copy this. Many thanks for the information on your QTH, my friends. Yeah, Whiskey Alpha 3, a Tango, or sorry, Yankee for me, Mike 3, Tango Whiskey Alpha returning there. I wonder what you're using for a station clock. Sounding excellent, my friends. Q5, lovely, crystal clear audio. No about a dropout or any blanket noise there. So, what's the working condition your side there, Clock? Mike 3, TWA.
Alright, well,
Whiskey Alpha 3.
it's nice they gave me a notification. Sorry, I was catching up on some other stuff. There's been a lot of stuff on here. Really busy on the scanner.
Anyone, go ahead.
I need to learn how to use this thing. Caden Live.
Yeah, can you advise PD at the intersection
Can you advise
Carlton and Melbourne? There's an RV trailer that popped off of the guy's hitch.
I don't think anyone is active.
I don't know if you guys saw this earlier,
Right
but
now. You could send a PD
they put a price on the new 7300. I can't afford one, but anyway. We thought it was going to be $1,800, so it's a little cheaper than we thought. $14,499, so $1,500.
Now have
plus tax will probably be
my desktop and my laptop.
close to 18.
Currently using the desktop.
I got my calculator.
But like I said, I'm running a MMDVA Mega dongle
Just
and the Blue DV
call it
program.
1,500.
I do have an Anytone 878, which I usually
We're like
use on
basically
DMR.
almost 10% here.
But since I just
Let's say
got
0.1.
this thing working on
You just spend 150
on
in
the
tax on that
computer, I
radio.
wanted to test it out.
Let's see.
So you're the third contact I've made after getting it set back up. Over.
Oh, like a back button.
India Fox.
150.
71.
Yeah, thank you for that. Mike 3, Tango Whiskey Alpha
150.
Well, the Blue DV software.
So,
71, I tied in
I don't know what the
piece of it.
7300 is priced at.
and there's no
I also
current
use it
one priced
myself.
at.
They're going to leave it as is.
I've not had it offer available, but I do use it from time to time. The audio is absolutely superb over there. And you're no exception, my friend.
Intellitron AR800 amplifier to radio buffer. Interesting. System company decided to take over for MFJ.
Yeah, working conditions for me on my side, I have also a
It's like
station at the moment, and I'm running with a bit of software. It's called
an ARB.
USRB client. Uniform Sierra.
What was it called? ARB 704?
USRB client. That's not a software.
It's exactly the same.
It runs over a Raspberry Pi 4 cup.
I think I got one in the drawer
in my living room.
Where
The
was
sharp
the
and
ping
upstairs
from,
here in the bedroom, my friend. And that's supplemented here by a headset by a company called Logitech H150. Hopefully the audio sounded
I
okay.
keep my amp with a
Okay, my friend, I'll make this a final. I think we've got a few stations followed by there, so it'll be my pleasure to make your acquaintance. You're on top of 91. So, even if I wish you a very good afternoon, I've got a very good evening for myself.
I have an ARB 704.
Maybe catch you for
They're really good though.
Well, it's very, very simple for myself over here in Scotland.
It takes a while to get used to using a foot pedal to key the amplifier. Realistically, I don't know. I can't even remember when the last time was I used the amplifier. It was a while ago. So I don't even normally use the amplifier anyway.
I've owned an FTDX 12-1B, and also Kenwood 590S
It's
SG
identical.
at one time. So they're good equipment. I've got
Absolutely
Flex and a
identical.
Yaesu 710 and a ICOM 7610 are the three radios I have on HF.
ALC, radio,
Shack.
multi-port,
All those
power.
ones that you have are excellent.
Identical.
Also, they work real well.
I don't know what they actually use inside of them, but that's how much they were before. Actually, they were $79 back in the day. And usually, if you were lucky, you might buy an amplifier from somebody and get one with it.
It's still in the yard, but it's in disrepair.
It's all exactly the same.
Radio. We just remodeling my wife's figuring out how
Somebody's probably left a comment about it. Do they do comments on gigaparts? I think they do.
Anyway, but
No comments.
I've been licensed for a long time.
In
I was
stock.
out for several years.
Anyway,
back in,
I saw that. I had to click on it. I'll have one of these too. God, they went expensive. I think mine might be different.
At the moment there, so certainly a good evening for sitting in the shack and catching up with good friends. Hi. Backing out to you guys with Fox 4, India Victor Whiskey from Mike 93 TWA.
Something interfering with the signal. I don't know what it is.
What are they using?
I indicated a second ago, and there was a 7 call.
Oh no, I don't have that on mine.
So I didn't quite.
That's a new tuner.
Didn't know what's going on there. But, yeah, I've been handling
I believe mine just has nothing on it.
And
it has
seen a lot of changes over that time.
As well, it puts a nice. It does put a little bit between the.
Mine has
a little bit more between the antenna and
plug.
the transceiver or the transmitter portion. So there's
mine's a Z100
less lightning strikes, although there's
not
other
a
stuff up there to
Z100A.
protect that.
Anyway, I don't know if they sell that one anymore.
Is there another station in there trying to get in that
$149 rotor.
20 meters. Have a great day. This is KD4SH.
D4, Mike
TV rotor.
James down here.
Very similar to what I have here that I'm missing the parts to.
Your station is always bang like my friend.
Where's the rest of the parts?
Lovely crystal clear audio, not about a dropout or any packet voice.
So that's what I need for my rotor.
Yeah, Sunday's always quite a busy day for me, Gustavo. This is the first chance I've had to go to the radio today. I have always got a house full on a Sunday, Gustavo. My wife likes to cook Sunday dinner for all the family. So my house will be very, very busy on a Sunday there, so not much time for coming and doing radio work to late on the evening for me. Okay, Gustavo, very, very thanks for the call. Great catching up again, my friend. I will catch you for doing a long hopefully for a longer few or so the next time.
They got
very, very good evening to you, my friend. Very good evening for myself.
Kind of
all the very best sympathies for my family over here in Scotland, to your family over there, my
friend.
I can help you for any quick final, Gustavo. Fox 4, India Victor
When
Whiskey.
did they start selling 3D printers?
Now clear.
And laptops and computers? I didn't know Gigaparts sold all that. Refurbished Apple gear?
Wow.
Okay. Here's a regular.
Give me your name.
Regular 7300. Are they pulling the usual, like, I'm going to tax you on full retail? So literally the regular price is $13.99. So in essence, the new radio is only
and I just wanted to give it a try. So I understand you're
$100
outside
more.
New York, and hope
but you're not
having
going
a
to
great day, right?
get that coupon. There's a mail-in rebate.
Very good, Doug. Yeah, I have you running here. So you just started the DMR. Very good.
Okay, so they have a $100 mail-in rebate. That's nothing new. And $300 instant rebate.
I wanted to give you some DMR of this.
Well, they're probably going to charge you tax on both of these numbers, or at least one of them. If you live in a state that doesn't have tax, like Oregon, then it is $9.99. But if you live in Arizona or some other nearby surrounding state, you'll probably pay
anyway, name here is Percy QTH's Lethbridge, Alberta.
tax on $13.99
with about an 80K wind blowing here with a clear and sunny sky. Over.
$300 and $100 discount.
Yeah, you're coming through.
Look at this. You could buy an open box one.
If you're plugged into your car, then
for
probably.
$70 less.
Don't put any power into that.
You have no idea.
Anyway, okay, right.
What's up with that open box radio?
Like, and all that great,
it's not just an open box radio. That is a used radio that someone returned. It should say used. It shouldn't say open box. Like, sure. Yeah. We checked it to make sure it worked. Okay. But we didn't check it that good. So you buy this radio to save $70, and you find out the real reason it was returned.
It's good to make some contact
you know?
with my friends, and I'm very happy to get you here again.
Somebody else has already had their fingerprints and crap all over it. Maybe they already peeled the plastic off the front, you know? I never recommend buying open box unless you're going to save like 40% or more. It's just not worth it. You can select a warranty. 2 years for $99. That's actually pretty good, but I would only do that if that warranty was actually provided by Gigaparts and not ICOM. And ICOM is very, very bad about doing anything about problems with their products. And I have learned that the hard way, firsthand.
Foxtrot 4, India Victor Whiskey, Kilo Whiskey 4, Lima Alpha Mike, and I'm clear on your final.
This is like an ICOM microphone? So apparently Gigaparts is manufacturing things now. Under the Intellitron name, I think.
Sounds like a 160-watt UHF amplifier.
It's a desktop microphone for ICOM, Yaesu, Kenwood, HF, VHF, and UHF.
Any other
it looks
stations
very
anywhere,
much like an SM something or other. Okay, you guys switch on the bottom for ICOM or Kenwood or Yaesu. You have a mode for
used it very little.
volume control,
I figured I'd
battery
sort it out.
compartment.
So, what an education getting Coldfoot going.
2 batteries.
It's been great
really
talking
cool.
to you,
No
friend.
more fucking 9-volt batteries. God, I hate those things.
And hopefully,
spot to plug in ICOM.
Be a nice fall for you.
It's actually pretty neat.
Back to you, Ben. This is K7.
I want to see.
When I got the
shove it in the microphone.
And I did talk to you that,
how cool is that?
My horse is a very good target. 1.5 and I have no more.
Can we get a better look?
And
we have
that's why
call DFO something power up and down, PTT and lock. That's a cool microphone. I like that. Uh-oh. We closed the wrong page. See if we open that back up. Gigaparts. So,
give your call sign.
So technically, this radio
another
is
one on this,
literally
on this QSO,
$100 more than the other one with no
paper.
discount. That's it.
So I will say 73, my friend. Take care. Foxtrot 4, India Victor Whiskey.
I've got one of the original ones. I've had,
and I'm clear on your final.
I've had 3 of them.
Italy?
So I bought one.
November, Italy.
I bought one in 2019.
Hit your
I had it for
wait a couple of seconds and then
3 months. I was mostly working, so I didn't use it a lot. And it's
email here in the,
it was on the shelf
in the page
above, and I had a USB cable going to it, hooked to the computer, and I accidentally pulled on that cable kind of hard, and then later on I tried to do FT8, it didn't work.
I'm gonna leave you again once, and if you can,
I tried everything. Anyway,
thank you very much for calling my station.
I figured I just like physically damaged it, but when I called in to ICOM, and I told him what happened, and they're like, well, it's probably not from that. It's probably RF damage because you said you have a loop antenna. And then the guy was like a complete dick. And he's like, we don't cover RF damage. And he said, there's no way that that's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be physical damage. It can't be RF. He's like, no. He said, you have a loop. I was like, look, I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm an amateur extra class license holder. I think I know how to set up an antenna to some degree, and I've never had any problems. I've been operating with many other radios for a while with this. And he just like argued with me, and I was like, I want it fixed. There's a warranty on the thing. If it's not my fault, I want it fixed. If it's my fault, I'll pay for it. And he's like, well, we don't cover RF damage. You can send it in if you want, but I'm just telling you right now what's going to happen.
Radio check, please.
It's going to be RF damage, and you're going to be responsible for it.
Where you're coming from? So
and
this
so
is Victor Alpha 3.
I called M Radio Outlet. I said, I bought this radio from you guys 4 months ago, and this is what happened. This is what ICOM said.
And I'm coming in through the computer as well.
I didn't expect them to do anything, and they're like, okay, well, we're really sorry.
Do you have anything else to add before we move on?
So if you have an ICOM radio and you have to deal with ICOM, they will do whatever it takes to make sure that they do not have to honor any kind of warranty repair work for free. And this isn't the first time I've dealt with them. It isn't the first time I got that same guy on the phone. I don't know who he is. I don't remember his name. If I ever call him again, I'll literally pull out the camera and record it and like live stream it on YouTube or something, because they're that bad. If you call ICOM, make sure that you record it, okay? Because you will be shocked at how they treat you. Put it on speakerphone, pull out your phone, and pull out a camera, your wife's phone, somebody else's phone, record the conversation, because they're going to treat you like shit. And we actually really, as hams, should start exposing them so they can fire that guy that works down there and all the other assholes that work at that location there in Washington that are a bunch of fucking degenerate fucking pricks that fucking think that they're above God. I mean, seriously, these guys are fucking dickwads. If you call Yaesu, it's a completely different story. I've had them be a little bit, like, gruff with me with Yaesu, but, like, still, like, very much, like, you know, the customer is always right kind of attitude. I talked to the Roger guy. I've talked to the other guy. I've talked to a Hispanic-sounding guy who was really cool. And I've never had a problem with them. They were always, pretty happy to answer questions and not put blame on the customer. And they always seemed to know what they were talking about. Like when I had the other 3000 and it had a problem, they knew exactly what it was. They knew basically what it was going to cost. They knew basically how long it was going to take based on where I was located. And they were just really nice.
Over here.
Unfortunately, I prefer ICOM radios. I really do. But they lost me pretty much as a customer because of the way they treated me several different times. And then I needed an RIT control for a 746 Pro. I think it was that radio. And they were really a pain in the ass to order the part from. The part was like really cheap, like $7. And then they charged me like $25 fucking shipping. And it was like said FedEx ground from Washington to Arizona. And no tracking fucking number. How are you going to charge me $25 fucking to send some little fucking pot? FedEx ground. It came in a beat up fucking plastic fucking bag that you would get from Amazon. $25 fucking. Like the price on the part was reasonable, and they bent me over backwards for the fucking freight when you know they paid like $3 to ship it. So my experience with ICOM has just always been shitty every time I've had to call them. I've never had a good experience calling them on the phone. I've called them a few times. And then the parts thing is super fucking weird because like they want to invoice you through a fucking email, and you're like supposed to blindly just give them your credit card number and hope it goes fucking through. I did get one guy on the phone at ICOM. I would say he sounded like he was black and he was a nice guy. That's the only person that I got on the fucking phone from ICOM that seemed like a nice person. And it sounded like a black dude.
That sounded better.
I'm not trying to like stereotype or profile anybody, but it sounded like a black dude, and he was cool with me on the phone. He was friendly. He was nice.
We'll catch up with you a little bit later.
Explained to me about the process of like ordering the parts. And then I think I might have got a lady on the phone one time that was halfway decent, but the guy, the tech dude or whatever the dude is, he was a fucking dickwad. And I don't remember which department they gave me, but you really can't call them on the phone anymore anyways. They want to email you, or they'll call you back like days later or some bullshit. So I have to say, fuck ICOM, man. They're not good, and unless you have to have an ICOM, I really don't think you're doing yourself any favors. by giving that company money. I mean, look at the prices they're charging for a radio that's, you know, not any better than the Yaesu, really. It just came out, but, you know, I mean, like, this isn't even out yet. And the Yaesu radio, the only thing that I don't like that Yaesu does is they don't use their tuner on receive, so you don't get that filtering. And if I have to explain to you how a tuner works and how an LC matching tuner works and how it can block out out-of-band signals, then you probably need to go study your exam again and get retested, okay? Because a lot of these guys in ham radio don't understand where to even fucking put the goddamn fucking antenna tuner. They're like, I'm listening to these dipshits, these older guys, and the guy said that he was going to use the tuner inside of his FTDX10 to tune the output of the Mercury amplifier he was buying. What? How is that going to fucking work? Anyway, you get guys that are like, well, where do I put the SWR meter? Put it between the radio and the tuner? Or, well, does the amplifier go after the tuner? I'm like, they need to make the test harder. They really do. I mean, it's a dying hobby full of fucking retards, which does not help the hobby at all. Made it easy, great. And now we got a bunch of fucking idiots that are probably running off more people than the easier test is attracting. Let's be honest, the new generation of people and kids, they don't fucking care about ham radio. They don't want to talk on the radio. They just want to text on their fucking phone. They're not interested in this shit. And you can flip it every way you want till Sunday. It's not going to interest them. But it sure as hell ain't going to interest them dealing with a bunch of fucking ignorant fucking baby boomers on 80 meters, you know, who don't know where to put the SWR meter, where to put the tuner, you know? And these guys, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's sad. And these are the people that are going to go buy a brand new 7300 Mark II for $1,500 plus tax. And then it's not going to work the way they want, and they're going to bitch about it. And you'll see them for sale. You know, it'll be interesting. I hate to say this, guys, but I don't think the pandemic did a good enough job.
But you're 5x9. I hope your Sunday's going well.
You would have thought that it would have removed all the dumb ones.
I'm sorry, T-W4.
No, your roll call's not on it.
Somebody's watching this.
And then again, I'm asking for pump and see what happens, see if we can change it over.
There's going to be
just helping a friend with his radios.
some UK videos before anything else. I don't know if this is actually like a hands-on video.
For the hotspot, and luckily a company by the name of a river in South America
I think this is
took it
just
back, and I got a new one that seems to be working fine. Over.
Sir. Video. Let me silence this thing. I think it's just from the expo. So you got an Ethernet port, you got an HDMI, and they went to this stupid, horrible USB-C. And it's like, what the fuck?
Welcome to this week's Something for the Weekend. I'm Tony, sales manager.
What were you fucking thinking?
Sons, and this week I'm joined by Chris from Icon. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Tony. Good to meet you again. Good to see you again.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we met was at Hamfest.
Yeah, up at Hamfest.
Which was a very, very busy time for Chris. All because of probably one little thing, I'd say.
Yes. The little thing sat here next to us, the 7300 Mark II.
Exactly. This is the radio that the internet went mad for at the Japan Hamfest. As you know, at Modern Engine Sons, we kind of rarely do a video until we get it from the horse's mouth, as they say. And, well, Icom have turned up and they've brought the radio with us. So we're going to now delve into the new IC 7300 Mark II, see what it's got to offer. Probably not going to go through the pricing yet because obviously we're still waiting for prices.
Still waiting on prices from Japan and an official release date. So any questions on that, I can't answer them.
Exactly, and that's the same for us because without you, we don't know as well.
I noticed everybody's using these DJI microphones.
Let's get started. I'm going to say on first impressions, it kind of looks exactly the same as the 7300, but I've noticed one difference. Is the different colour?
Yeah, the big difference is it is exactly the same. So if you already own a 7300, you'll know the radio.
Okay, perfect.
As you say, it's the difference. You've got the blue as opposed to a green on the power switch, and on the front you've got the Mark II. And literally looking at the front, that's it. Everything else is either inside in the menus or on the back.
Yeah, I mean we'll go through sort of the menu settings, and as you said, I think it's going to be, you know, for those that have a 7300 Icon already, it's just going to be that simple. I mean, the user interface on any of the new Icons is just
exactly the same.
It's
if you've got a 7610, you can operate this. 7760, you can operate this. 705, you can operate this.
Yeah. I call it that kind of Apple mentality where
it's all the same.
It all works.
It's all the same.
It works perfectly well. Okay, so yeah, as you said, I'll quickly go through the buttons for you, just for those that don't have a 7300. So power button on the top, got a transmit button as well, and then we have our tuner. So whilst we're mentioning the tuner, built-in tuner.
Built-in tuner, it's exactly the same as the old 7300.
And I did notice that there's also a port on the back if you want to run an external tuner, like a long tuner.
Yeah. So if you've got an external tuner like one of the ICOM AH ones or something like that, you can plug that in. I think it may work with the.
You advise the weapon if you're not on scene already.
Yeah, because they've got the same.
Entrance and come through the back of the building for patient access.
That's good because obviously a lot of you running long wires at the moment. We've then got our Vox and braking. Button underneath. Phone socket, so 3.5mm phone socket standard as per the normal 7300. 8-pin microphone. So again, like you mentioned, if you're running an SM30 and SM50,
any of the ICOM accessories will just plug straight into it.
Perfect. Yeah, great lineup.
It's literally just old one out, new one in.
I love it. Twin passband filters at the top here, and then we've got our preamps, notch filters, noise blankers, noise reduction, and then again your AF and RF. And it's exactly the same as sort of most of the Icom range now for quite a while, where it's kind of that half crescent, isn't it, where you go across for squelch or for AF and RF. Okay, coming across, we've got our SD card socket. Now, are there any improvements? Do we know on the SD card? Will it be a larger SD card now?
I think it takes the newer SD cards.
Okay.
Which is the HD MX or something like that. You know, from the photography range. Literally, Eddie, a ScanDisk.
Okay, perfect. So we're probably looking, probably 128, that kind of.
128.
Oh, brilliant. That's a good increase. Okay, moving across, the menu button. Pretty obvious. Function. Got a scope button there, a quick button as well, and onto the exit if you just want to come out. And then speech button on the bottom of the lock key, which is always handy.
Yeah, lock frequency.
Yeah, and then we've got our auto tune.
Yeah.
And
when that's switched in, that tunes your antenna as you change the
as it goes along.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
as it does on this 7300.
Yeah. XFC. Fill me in on that one.
That don't know. I've got a 7300 and I never use it. So
it's one of those.
It's one of those buttons where you can go like that.
Okay, so it's maybe it's a match onto the bottom. We'll have a look into that anyway. And that's the good thing with new radios is we get to look at this stuff on it.
Yeah.
Obviously the multi-function button. Everything once you're in it. I'll leave that to you. Yep.
We've got the grit and zit. XIT should I say, your transmit clarifiers. Then underneath, I can't see it, splits, A and B, VFO memory, and then tuning up and down. Whole
kind of scratch pad.
XFC is just to
obviously a VFO
shift.
Yeah, So we've still got the adjustment here as well for changing the VFO.
If you're in split mode.
Cool. And obviously 7300 and all of the icon range, it's touchscreen as well.
Yeah.
So if we have a little kind of play with the front, we'll just go briefly through the menu system, see if there's anything new that we can spot as we're going along, and hopefully Chris can let us know what it is. So first menu, exactly the same really as what I'm looking at as a 7300 at the moment on that.
If you come out of that, let's change it into the CW mode.
Okay. Going to show me something exciting?
Yeah. Okay, now
CW.
Now go on to menu.
Again.
So, you've now got, where this button here on the 7300 Mark 1, the one here, it comes up with either the keyer or the decoder. So it will go into your normal keyer or your CW decoder, which comes up down here in the left corner, and it will decode your CW.
Yeah, you know.
And I take it we can adjust filters and stuff.
Not a lot of people do
exactly the same.
And we still get a bit of scope, which is great.
Yeah,
so
exactly the same as you did on the...
I don't know, who cares?
Yeah.
Great edition.
And if you're doing CW, you should be able to decode it on your own anyway.
This time I've listened.
I was going to say, that's... Yeah, I spoke to your boss not long ago.
The people that need a CW coder are the kinds that fucking type from a keyboard cheap.
Over the last few years since 7300's been out, they've kind of done it with this.
And none of the decoders have I've ever tried.
Thumbs up icon for listening to the customers. Okay, so let's go back into the menu. We're going to go along here. So again, meter, SWR. It's got that very clever function, hasn't it, where you can find out the SWR antenna.
That's right, yeah.
Direct from the radio. Our memories are the same here.
Scan.
There's our pads and the record set.
Can I go into
setting?
Yeah, go into set. Go
to so this is new.
Network.
So
it will allow you to network it with the computers, or you can set it up as remote.
What did they have?
So yeah, to me, obviously I've got 705.
Yeah.
So
network. So it will allow you to network it with the computers, or you can set it up as remote.
So yeah, to me, obviously I've got 705.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at that, and that's beautiful. Yeah. It really is beautiful in the fact that now I know I can network the radio, and I think that's quite a big thing with the 7300 Mark II. Is we were waiting for ICOM to kind of say you can network it, because obviously 705, 7610, 7760, all networkable.
All networked, and you can operate remote, so you could have this on at home.
Yeah.
Have your laptop with you on the beach. Headset on into your laptop, and away you go.
Doesn't it? Sounds better.
You can work the radio from home.
Okay, so that's good. So networking function on there.
Again, go into display. Okay.
External display.
External display. So if you click on that.
Yep.
The external display on off. So that will be coming out the HDMI port on the back.
Okay, so yeah,
so that goes HDMI.
That is a huge thing that we'd heard about.
Yeah.
So HDMI out of the back of the radio, so no fussing around looking for a DVI monitor now. It's straight into your HDMI connection, which is great because even if you're going portable, they do those nice little screens now that you can route out. Great for contesting.
You can change the resolution, and it's also audio output.
Okay, brilliant.
Off or on.
Stupid Samsung phone trying to sync data.
That is
I don't want you to sync data.
Yeah, big upgrade from the Mark 1 to the Mark 2.
I don't want Samsung Cloud.
Let's go along. Have we got anything else on there? Any more in settings that I need to see? I think most of them look fairly standard.
Yeah.
Right, so that's everything on the menu. We're going to quickly switch the radio around and see where the magic's all happening at the back of the radio, where I think sort of most of the major changes are. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so we've switched the radio around. As we did with the front, going to kind of go through what's on the back. So first of all, power connection, standard 4-pin as you said. So if you're working with power poles and you've got all your stations set up nicely, you can just switch it out and away you go. Yeah. Talking of power, little rumour that I've heard that this is a little more efficient than the old 7300.
A lot more efficient than the 7300 Mark 1.
Okay.
It's 23% more efficient. 0.7 amp current drain when on receive.
That's very good.
So
yeah, that's very good. So again, ideal for portable operation.
Ideal for portable, yeah.
Because obviously these are very light radios, being primarily SDR.
Yeah.
Okay. Off from there we've got the earth-in screw antenna.
So 239.
Now, I've got to admit, hand on heart, bit disappointed that there's only one of these on here.
However, there's only so much room
I
on
know,
the back of one of these
there is,
radios.
and you put a lot on the back, that's for sure. However, I believe that I can still run a separate receiver antenna with this.
Yeah, to receiver antenna, you've got the 2 SMAs just under the. This is the. Before we go from that, this is what we were on about with the auto tuner. You've got your bayonet, plug it there, gives you the power out for the auto tuner, and then you've got 2 SMAs just underneath that. They will accept the SMA to 2039.
Oh, okay, adapters.
Adapters.
Okay,
you can get 2 next to each other.
So the spacing's pretty good on there, then, isn't it? Yeah.
So you've got the 2 SMAs. One's the RX antenna, and one's an input-output for filters.
Okay,
I think I'm going to try it, because I suggested from one of your guys as we were talking earlier, for checking see if we could get something like an SDR play on.
So to see if there's anything coming out.
I've not seen anything from Japan about that, but it's something I'm going to try on that.
There'll probably be a lot of questions in the comments below after this as well. What I will say is this is kind of a really early
it's a pre-production model.
Yeah, so a lot of it's
it doesn't transmit. There's no output power. We've not really tried it on receive. It's just basically a basic.
Yeah, kind of. We had the same with the PW2 when it came, and the 7760.
Yeah.
But it's good to get an insight as to what we can expect, and at the moment it is looking really good. Coming across from there, I take it we've got phonos up there.
The usual phonos. Your key in your ALC, your key in for your CW, external speaker and CIV just below that. Your accessory socket, which on the Mark 1 was over here.
Yeah, it was over there. Yeah.
If you remember, and then we've got the 3 new sockets. So you've got the LAN, the HDMI, and USB-C, as opposed to the old USB-B intercable socket.
Okay, so obviously we touched on it earlier with the HDMI. We can take the audio out of that.
The audio out as well. Yeah,
that's fine. Now, when it comes to the USB-C, that's going to cover everything. Is that going to do data, audio, the whole lot?
The whole lot, and it's not just one function. From the information I'm reading, you're going to be able to run a logging program and, let's say, a FT8 software at the same time.
Yeah.
So, again, it's something I've not tried with. To be honest, I've not been in the office long enough. This arrived on Tuesday. On Wednesday, I was up to Newark.
I was going to say you've been around a fair bit.
I've been running around.
They sent him a radio to test. It doesn't check.
So I've not. As again, it's something we've got to try. I'm going to do a test on it when we get a full unit. I will be doing a test down at the.
How old is this video?
Down in the workshops with the other guys.
September 12th. This has been out.
One becomes available for the open day. You never know. You never know.
Fingers crossed.
You never know. We'll bribe you with some food, Chris. And then obviously you said we've got the LAN socket there. So unlike my 705, there is no Wi-Fi on this.
No.
However,
plug that into a
straight
router,
to the LAN,
and you've got your.
Okay. And I was reading as well that it kind of simplifies, if you're running LAN especially, it kind of simplifies using your RSBA1 software. It just makes it a lot easier. Because that can be a bit of a faff doing all the Wi-Fi and stuff. So that's really good, same as you would with a lot of the modern SDRs now, where they're LAN connection.
Yeah, add the LAN and...
Kind of, plug and forget basically if you're around the house.
It's the same with the menus. You set them all up and just leave them to go and you just operate.
Brilliant. And no doubt this is going to work with the iPad software and stuff like that.
The third-party
software.
Third-party software. Again, we're surmising so because it works on all the others.
So
it's something we've not tested, but we know it's out there.
Perfect.
And with it being third-party, again, it's something I want to have a look at.
Yeah.
So
that'll be good. Okay. Any other sort of key features? I know there's going to be improvements on the receive side of it.
It's 12 dB improvement on the receive. We've done the efficiency, 23% efficiency. You've got the CW decoder.
Which is really
You've got the antennas. It's literally everything that they asked for. I'm going to say this. This came from a comment at the Hamfest asking about D-Star. And whether that'll be something later in the future, I don't know, but it's not in this one.
It's not going to be in it,
which it isn't in any of our
To be fair, I was going to say, to be fair, I kind of, with the Icon lineup, if you're going to go that kind of route of D-Star and stuff, you're going to go 9700, really.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Well,
it's the way to do
D-Star is more on your VHF, UHF. But there are people, in the US, especially in the USA, who
top end of 20 metres. There's a few.
There's a few up there with D-Star. So maybe in the future there's.
Okay.
You know, it's a never say never with.
But don't delay. Still buy one of these now.
Yeah.
Definitely.
When I say
buy
in the
one
future, it could be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years in the future.
Definitely.
It's just a question that was asked, and I'm just addressing it as we go through. It's not on there. But
that's the problem. We all wait and wait and wait, and I was kind of much the same. Whereas, I know I said I bought a radio a few videos back. I haven't actually paid for it yet because I heard it. Because the thing is, I'd heard a rumour that this was going to be coming out, and I was like, I don't know what to do. So I've just waited. I know exactly.
It's 3 weeks old.
So I've kind of waited. There will be a B stock unit being put back into stock soon. I'm not sure what radio it was, but this kind of does what I wanted it to do. So at the moment, I said 705. I have it at home. The shack isn't very big, so I leave it in the shack. Operate remotely. And I'm always fussing over that 10 watts.
Well, as I say, I have a 7300 at home. My radio club's got both a 7300 and a 9700. And I love that radio. So when this comes out, I'm not going to go for one of the first units. I'm going to let all you guys get yours first.
As we have to. I have to do the same. I have to do the same.
Maybe it's middle of next year sometime, or back into next year, I'll do a swap.
Obviously, if anyone wants to purchase one for either Chris or myself and donate it, we'll be more than happy.
There's one.
But unfortunately, the rules of working in amateur radio is we never get first batch, do we? So it's always.
We will get a demo at the office, as I say, and that will allow me to go more in depth with the radio.
And much the same. As soon as obviously we get one in the store for demo, you're more than welcome to come down and have a play with it. We would have done it with this, but as you said, with this, it is real pre-production, so it doesn't really function in RF terms. So
you might get it to receive a signal, but it's not going to be anywhere near.
It's not. I know with the PW2 that I used it to TX, but you couldn't do anything else, and it was more frustrating the fact that we couldn't, which is kind of why we haven't put an antenna on it and done anything with it this time round, because you just get frustrated, and it gives a false image of what it's actually going to be.
North and 89 out of Arizona.
But no, I like it, Chris. I think it's going to be.
I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see it. As I say, it's.
You've come at the right time, haven't you?
Yes, I've joined ICOM just at the right time.
Straight into a job, brand new radio that everyone's been waiting for. So it's good.
Now, Victor, Adam, Nora, Edward, Sam, Adam. Date of birth 12/23/2001.
If there is,
I have to ask the question.
If there is, I don't know.
We don't know.
I don't know, honestly. I don't know.
You don't know.
That's all I can say.
That's fine. And now you can believe me when I say that I don't know, because they always say that you must know. You must know. I must have told you. There must be something coming out. So now you know that we're all waiting.
There's the VHF, UHF 270.
Yeah, the 5200.
The 5200, but that'll be sometime next year.
So that was just a mock-up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just a mock-up. And again with the, is it the AH03?
Yeah.
The AH30. I can never remember the numbers. That again was just a mock-up, but it's just. This is what we're developing.
Yeah, so that's good. It's good because there's stuff coming out.
Let's see. Let's take a look at that really quick.
As a
good because 6771 Hadley Drive, Prescott Valley.
AH6 concept model. I wonder if it would be all mode.
This is what we're developing.
Yeah, so that's good. It's good because there's stuff coming out. That's what we want. You know, as a retailer and as a consumer as well, we just want new products all the time, and ICOM make very good products.
Yeah.
Definitely when it comes to that. Okay, so I can't think of anything else I've got question-wise. If you've got any questions yourselves, obviously drop them down in the comment section below. Chris is now our main contact at ICOM.
Yeah.
Good
I've been warned.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I'll be okay. I've been in the hobby 40 years next year, so
that's good. So basically, we can ask Chris. You'll get back to us.
Yeah, if I don't know the answer,
we can do a catch-up video another time, even on the open day, maybe.
Even if I don't know the answer, I will get the answer. Somebody somewhere.
That's what we like about ICOM is there's always an answer to a question. Always, even if it's no, there's always an answer, and that's great. It's a great thing.
Let's say.
Right, so as I said, drop any comments down below. Don't forget, if you've not done it before, like, comment and subscribe as usual. Going to be doing some freebies very soon and a used video because we've not done one of those for a long time. But before we go, I'd just like to say thank you, Chris.
No, thank you for having me, and thank you for inviting me up here.
No problem at all. You've brought the 7300 Mark II. What more could we want? Anyway, we'll catch you next week and see you very, very soon.
Okay, well, what else have we got on here? How long ago was this? I still think that this is a better value.
Welcome to this week's Something for the Weekend. I'm Tony, sales manager here at Martin Lynch & Sons. And this week we're going to be overlooking the FT710 again. Now, why have I chosen the FT710? I hear you say, well, I do love this radio, I'll be honest with you. It's, you know, yes, I love the 705 as well, but the 710's kind of caught my eye. I've used it a lot when we've been out about portable, just because of its small compact size, the fact that it will give me 100 watts transmit power if I run it with battery. You know, that's a lovely additional feature of the radio. However, it's got a few more tricks up its sleeve, which I'm kind of going to go through.
I wish I could shut the fucking scanner off.
Now, you may be new to the hobby, you may be sort of looking at buying a new transceiver.
Another page.
Oh, it's all very complicated, it will cost a lot of money, and I really don't know which way to go.
It's probably...
So, let's get to the first point, money. What's it going to cost me for this radio? Well, the prices, I'll be honest, fluctuate so much lately. You've got Yaesu's cashback offers, which, you know, there is currently one as we put this video out. But basically, it's kind of a sub £1,000 radio. So, price point, amazing value for money. As I've always said, there's plenty of used radios out there which are a lot older, a lot more expensive, and don't have half of the features of this current Yaesu range. Now, you know, still quite a bit of money, £1,000. Tony, what happens if anything goes wrong? Am I going to be covered by anything? Yep, warranty-wise, Yaesu will give you 3 years warranty on this 710. And don't forget, if you buy it from Martin Lynch & Sons, we are Yaesu's only UK dealer-approved workshop. So, you've got no worries really, have you? Nothing to worry about at all. So, as I said, just a quick overview. Band-wise, HF 6 meters and 4 meters are standard. It's a multi-mode radio, so if you don't know about multi-mode radios, it means you can operate your SSB, you can do FM, you can do CW, you can also do data, it's not a problem. So, got quite a few buttons on here. Now, there are hundreds of videos on this radio online, so I'm not going to go through every function of this radio. As I said, it's just a quick overview, and I've also got a couple of little, not hidden tricks, but kind of things that this radio does. So if you already own one of these, just things that this radio does that you may not be aware of, and to me give it a lot of sort of added value. So as I said, you've got this wonderful touchscreen and S-meter, SWR, power output can all be seen on here, frequency, and for the subband as well. So yes, you've got VFO-A and VFO-B. Down here we've got our wonderful waterfall. And then we've got our menu options, which are all basically part of the touchscreen.
Oh, what do we got?
There we go. Contact here. Nice and easy. We can just press that. Very easy to operate. Now, you may be new to the hobby. You may have heard about tuners. So I need an antenna tuner. Now, hopefully, those who taught you, or if you taught yourself, you'll know that most antennas really should be resonant, and we do kind of push towards that. But this does have a tuner. It will give you a kind of tuning range of maybe 3 to 1, 5 to 1. So again, as I said, make sure that antenna is as close to resonance as possible, but this tuner will help you. And it's all built in. Again, simple push, away goes the tuner, and away you go. You've got Vox operation, and you've got headphone, got a mic socket. So yes, if you want to look into doing contesting, the 710 is a great radio for that as well. One, you can take it out portable, so if you're doing field day, it's nice and light, easy to take with you. Like I said, I've run this on a battery before, 100 watts quite easily. And yep, you can plug in your whole headset, for example, put a foot switch on it, and away you go, or just use the Vox. Okay, coming along from that, we've got our multifunction button here, which we see a lot on the Yaesu radios. I'll give it a quick press just so you can see. So it's basically bringing you up all of your menu options, all the most common ones you're going to use. and you can just rotate through that, as you can see. It's highlighted, and then you just click on whatever you want to do. It's not a problem. You don't have to go in through submenu. It's all there, nice and easy to operate. Okay, coming down from that, again, you've got your DSP available on a knob here as well. And you can also change your steps and also your memory channels with this single function knob. Okay, coming across is your VFO. It's a lovely VFO. It's nice and smooth. There's not too much play in that. I know we get a lot of people saying about VFO knobs and play. This is lovely. This is constructed beautifully.
No,
so, well done,
mine's got play in it.
On the VFO. Okay, moving across, RF gain and squelch, and your AF gain, or volume if you want to put it that way. Nice and easy on these knobs here. And then we have the buttons here on the top. So we've got mode button, we can do the split, we've got noise blanker. There's a lot of options here. So again, you can change your band, you can change your VFO on memory quite easily. You can also do your noise reduction. Now, talking about digital noise reduction, this does have the same function kind of as your FTDX10 and your FTDX101. You know, obviously it's not going to be up to the quality of, you know, a £4,000 radio, but it is very, very good. I mean, we can see if I can pop it on for you now quickly.
Damn full of shit. It's better than the other two radios. Because it's newer than the other two radios. We've got a station
there, hopefully you can hear that okay. Going to hit the noise reduction. There we go. All of a sudden, the station appears. So, filter-wise, you know, as I said before, if you're coming from an older radio and you're used to those mechanical filters, this is all done with DSP, inside the radio being an SDR, so there's no additional filters you need. You can literally change everything here. Contour, you can change the width that you're listening, the width that you're transmitting. Very, very easy to do with the 710. So again, why it's a great option. Moving across from the noise reduction, which obviously I love because that was great, the way that guy just came out. Accessibility to doing other modes. So a lot of you may not want to speak. Yeah, it does happen in this hobby. It does happen in this hobby. A lot of you might not want to go onto 80 meters and have a chat. You might want to do your FT8, for example. So 710 will do FT8 very easily. Now, there is an FT8 button on here. When you press that, it doesn't mean it's automatically going to start doing your FT8 and sending it. You're still going to have to, you know, put it onto a computer or a Raspberry Pi or whatever you're going to use to drive the software to run FT8. However, there is a button on here, you can press that, it will put it into the FT8 mode, drop the power down for you a bit, adjust your filters, change the mode, and you're ready to go. Now, this is one of those kind of features that maybe if you already own an FT710 or you've not done FT8, that you may not be aware of. And it's the fact that, you know, I bang on about the fact of USB connectivity. This actually has two USB sockets on the rear. So if you look at the back of the radio, there's two USB sockets that are the same. Now, one of those will handle your cat control and basic control of the radio itself. You know, band changing, however you want to do it through a PC. And the other one of that will handle all of your audio. So it's very, very simple if you want to do anything out into a digital mode. That will take your audio out, take your audio in. Very, very simple. So that's, as I said, that's kind of a little feature that you may not have been aware of, even if you already own the FT710. So moving on from that, what else is there on here, Tony, that I may not know about? Well, can you see these little lights here? This one here and this one here. Now, this is part of the VMI system. And again, if you own this radio already, you may not have even paid attention to these lights. So this is basically telling me the state that the radio is in, whether it's going to be transmitting or whether it's in memory mode. So I'll show you an example. So at the moment we're on blue, so we're on VFO8. That's what's happening. We can change this and we can see here. Now, if all of a sudden I wanted to operate split, i.e. using either this frequency to transmit or receive whilst listening, you know, to the other one, quite easy. So if I hit split, oh, there we go. These have now changed to red. So if I'm distracted at any point, maybe I've got a call that the cup of tea is ready during my rag tune, quickly pop downstairs and grab it. when I come back to the radio, I can take a look at the radio. I'm fully aware that, oh, hold on a minute. The red lights are on, I'm still in split mode, so it's pointless me calling that guy who's working simplex, and I'm probably going to miss a DX. So, as I said, nice blue function for that. If we go into, let's take it out of split, I'm going to go back to the blue, and if I go into, let's say we're going to go into the B VFO.
I wonder how long they've been doing a YouTube channel.
A green change. So now we're operating on that B VFO there. We'll go back to A. Now, we're in VFO mode, as I said.
Outdo them.
If I press M, it's going to go white now to tell me that we're in memory mode. So let's go back onto there before I forget. So hopefully this is a feature, if you already own one of these 710s, that you've now become aware of. You may not have even realised that there was a reason for these lights here. It wasn't just a case of, oh, that looks nice. Okay, so moving on from there. What else is going to help me operate this radio, Tony, if I buy it and it's new to me? Well, take a look behind the radio. As you can see, this is all out onto a screen. So there is a DVI socket on the back of the radio. You do need to use a DVI to DVI cable, so your monitor does need to be DVI compatible. And that's a big thing, and I will push a point of that. You do not want to be using converters to HDMI or anything like that, because there are voltage changes that can happen. So DVI to DVI, and away you go. And it's, as I said, it's beautiful. You've got the screen here, it's all mirrored out there. What more do you want? I've seen those modern shacks where you've got your 43-inch TV. That's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. Now, Tony. Okay. I'm thinking about buying that FT710. However, I might even use it in the car. Really? I put one of these 710s in the car? Now, it doesn't sound as stupid as it may do. And you may want to know why. Well, the reason is the FT710 is capable with Yaesu's ATAS 120 antenna. Yes, that superb motorised HF6 2 and 77's antenna, which you can take out and about, pop it on your car, make sure it's earthed well, that's Tony's top tip, and hit tune on here once you've put ATAS on the menu, and it will go up and down and tune to the band that you want. So basically you can use this radio, kind of covering HF to 6 meters, in your car with an ATAS, without even getting out of the car to tune the antenna. It really is that simple, and it's a great option. As I said, I've always used an ATAS antenna with my Yaesu FT857. Also, I know Dave's using one with an FT891 at the moment, and it's just a great combination. And even once you've added that onto the price of this radio, it's still sub £1,500. So you're basically on the air with a mobile shack for, you know, a reasonable price. Okay, one other feature which you may not be aware of. So that's 4 features now that we've had. If you already own your 710 that you may not have already been aware of. Remote operation. Yeah, remote operation. 710 can do it. It's not that difficult to do. Yes, it's going to cost you a few pounds more. However, if you look at the prices of alternative radios that are out on the market that allow for a full operation remotely, you're going to do it again for, it's going to be under £1,500 for the radio and the additional equipment that you need in order to have a fully remote station. So what you do need is one of these. I'm going to pop that on there. This is Yaesu's SCU LAN 10, and this is basically your network remote control system. So this will plug into the back of the radio. You can attach it to your LAN network, and away you go. The way we've kind of done this at the moment, just to see if it's possible, is we've connected it to a network adapter here as well, just to see if we can connect it to the Wi-Fi and then get onto the SCU LAN 10 that way. And it is possible. So you could have this upstairs, have it on your internal network at home, operate the 710 downstairs on your laptop, running the Yaesu software, or get it fully cleared through on your ports, open your ports up at home through your router, and then go remote. So you could be anywhere in the world and still operate your 710. Now this is a function that not a lot of people know about, and I've got a few guys and girls that operate the 710. They've had it for a few months now and have been asking about this. So we have tested it. It does work perfectly well. And for those of you that are really into your averaging, it is now possible with the 710 if you use the remote software. So again, another little bonus treat for you there. Yeah, get yourself averaging with the 710. Why not? Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Hopefully it's given you some sort of insight into the FT710. Again, I'll just mention that the cashback is still available for a short period if you're watching this video as it's just come out. Now, would I buy a 710? Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. I've actually bought Yaesu's FT710. So, I'm sorry, Icon, but I just had to get one. It's just a wonderful radio, very simple to use, and I just can't think for the price it is, you just can't say no. Anyway, catch up with you very, very soon. Have a wonderful weekend and enjoy the DX.
We got now. God dang it. I got, let's see. I'm gonna log this one. Peace. I shouldn't really sit here all day and do FT8, that's for sure. We got here 15 meters appears to be wide open, but and some people on 6. Let me see if we got anything on 6. I'm on the beam though, so it's gonna be kind of fucking goofy. Is that on the beam? I don't know if you can really tune a beam to 6 meters. Or 10. Let me see, I'm gonna erase this. Somebody in my grid calling. Let's see if I can hear these guys.
One quick question. What microphone are you using? Would you go up to the microphone
Alright, I think actually there's a vintage net going on. Let's see if we can find it. On Utah Web SDR, we should be able to hear it. And this might actually get kind of interesting. I wish I'd have thought about it a while ago. My friend Rick told me about it. They're on 7155. There we go.
Turning off your amplifier and seeing if I can hear you.
I'm just going to listen to him on there.
URP power level on that KX3 over. Sure.
I was thinking. They were running vintage radios.
Got it set up. Alexa. Yeah, I got it set at 10 watts. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you're peaking S9 plus. The band is really marvelous. I know it's a little up and down, but yeah, you're super over.
Super. Super duper.
Yeah, you know, it just goes to show you, like these little 20-watt Zygu radios with a battery, that really is not a bad prepper radio, over. NY6L on the yeah, and let me make sure I'm not QRP, but QRO.
Wow, you're strong. NY6L from N6K and 5.9 on also on a 210X.
Well, We're on the 215, looking at the peak rating watt meter. We're at 83 watts, over.
Yeah, it sounds fantastic, Jay, seriously.
Well, we're using a straight D104 into it, straight D104, over.
I'd say, it's got that high pitch to it, Jay, but, as to be expected. But you're an honest 5.9.
That's amazing. Well, you guys keep talking. I'm going to have to go through all my radios and put them on the air, maybe even put the Aldo 103 on.
Do it.
Well, we should have a vintage 5-band contest, over. I mean, my goodness, I have 11 rigs. Several of them are in line and ready for use.
You know what I would call that, right?
No, go ahead, John. Well, I got a lot of equipment here, so I kind of limit what I can, use, over. By the way, you are a 5 and 7 here up in the high desert, John.
How about now?
Oh, geez, you just slammed the meter over. You're well over, almost 20 over.
I'll send you a picture of this amplifier. I'll say it, Mark just did an incredible job on it. It is beyond commercial standard. It's absolutely gorgeous.
But is it military standard?
Yeah, send me a copy too. I shall.
Hey, Lark, did you see a picture that John sent out of the Yaesu FT7B?
No, I don't think I was copied on that, over.
Okay, yeah, I think that was only made for maybe 2 years. And I got both models, the 10-watt model, which is the, and the 7B, which is the 50-watt model, with the rare frequency counter on top.
Yeah, I just checked my email. I didn't get a copy of that. I really wish we had a 7155 subgroup email list. I've done that for all the other, like the broadcast group, and so we can send something over and everybody gets it.
Okay. By the way, you mentioned broadcast. Do you by any chance know Mike Durow? He was in broadcast.
Oh yeah, certainly. We've met with him, at various times at TRW, the lunch after TRW, and then he's close friends with Dave, WJ6W, and so from time to time we would have a ham get together over at Magpies up in there, La Cañada, and then I've known Mike for years and years and years through the broadcast chain. I've used his equipment. In fact, I'm not sure I took a picture. I'm sure he knows it, but at all the WWB transmitters in Boulder, they have his meters on all of it. So you see all the click clicks, the one peaking up on all the transmitters. And so yeah, he's everywhere, over.
All right, yeah, copy that. Yeah, I guess he moved to Wisconsin, and I think his call sign is KO6 and no money Mike, over.
Yeah, he's done very well. He's a brilliant man and just a legend, over.
Yep, copy that. Very, very good. Okay, just kind of curious. Anyway, let's see here. But anybody else who wants to jump in? NY6L. Running barefoot on the Atlas 215X with a D104 microphone, about 83 watts.
Not running barefoot. So, look, I thought I sent you the picture that Jay had sent to me. I wasn't quite sure how to forward a text when I sent my text, but what I did is took a screenshot and I sent it to you. I believe I sent it to you. And I also just sent you a picture of the setup I'm using right now. So, I think I'm going to pull the plug here and maybe go do some errands. So, really enjoyable.
Go ahead, John. Take care, John. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm still getting over this cold and some congestion, so I'm gonna go ahead and get something hot to drink and just take it easy. But this was a lot of fun. Wish you did this more often. NY6L.
Yep. Very enjoyable. I got on your frequency, and you sound a whole lot better when I'm on your frequency. So, see you guys later. K6KY.
Well, you're about 20 over on the 215X.
By the way, the picture I sent you of the amplifier, if you look at it, you'll see there's an on-off switch, which has a red LED, and then there's a switch next to it, which is looks like it'd be a wafer switch. And what that is selectable attenuation, going such that the rig can be driven by a 100-watt rig, is driven by a 50-watt rig. In this case, I've got it set for it run by a 10-watt rig.
All right, fantastic. Well, that Metron that I have to watch the input power. I can't go beyond 70 watts. So to get full, once I get full DEP output, I'm using between 40 and 50 watts on 75 meters or 40 meters. So I don't, overdrive the Metron. And if I've actually popped the circuit breaker, the 75 amp circuit breaker once, because I just hit a little bit too much peak. Over.
Yeah, I don't seem to have that problem with mine. It's not really a name brand Metron, but it's a prototype to the Metron, I think by the engineer that designed the Metron. And I use the little Swan 100MX, which puts out close to 100 watts, and they seem to be quite compatible.
Yeah, well, I had to turn the mic gain down on my 100MX-A and where I just barely bumped the ELC when I'm in transmit, so I just have a slight deflection, and that's where I keep it at, so it sounds clean, and things don't get unhappy, but boy, give that linear Astron 70 amp power supply a workout.
Yeah, I'm using a really compact switcher, switcher, and it was given to me, and it works really well. It's rated at 70 amps.
All right, outstanding. Well, that's more efficient, and a whole bunch of less weight.
But I do have a Astron linear supply right next to it, which I use to run all the other 13.5 volt grids, including the yellow drops, etc. So, see you guys later. Very enjoyable.
All right, very good. Yeah, I had to tweak the Atlas a little bit there. I'm looking at the Atlas. I got the very rare Atlas 206. Called the oscillator with it's actually traditional VFO with frequency kind of turn the VFO down just a little bit to stay on frequency. Pretty cool setup. All right, I guess you put a rest and get something hot to
great. 7-3, everyone, a lot of fun. NY6L experience.
And John, I tried finding those pictures. I didn't get any tails from you, over.
I wonder if I'm sending him to the wrong telephone number. Mark, I just sent, the last one was sent about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't know. You've got my email. We've emailed a bunch of times. Over.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll go back and I'll send you the picture that I took a screenshot from Jay of his text, and I'll send you the one of the amp I'm using right now. And I'll send it by email.
Okay, very good. We'll have a great day, and we'll talk to you soon. By the way, the reason I keep saying over, that's my code word for you to know to wait, over.
Got it.
All right, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. KA48, Cerritos, transmitter site.
7-3, Lark, and you also get better. And, the wife and I just stayed home and recovering. NY6L is Sperry, and the high desert will be clear.
Okay, let me check. Stand by. By the way, you're really off frequency, but I haven't turned it over to you.
Yeah, I was just getting there when you turn it over, so I'm almost on a frequency. I'm following Jay.
Yeah, let me see. I got an email. Let me look at it real quick. Amplifier pictures and then a screenshot of the iOS device. So the RF kit, that was one that somebody built up for you, and that comes as a kit, right? Over.
Well, yes and no. The two that you see are quite different, although they have the same display because they're using the same RF kit display and controller. But the one on top, which is only a part of a picture, is an RF kit that was a kit. And it was something that Mark, when you fixed that, had kind of laying around. I think he repaired it for somebody. I don't know what happened, but anyway, I ended up with it. And the one below it was made by Mark. It has only a single 188XR, but it has the same display and the same controller as the one above it.
Okay, so he made the bottom one, is that right?
Well, he Yes, he put together the top one also, but he made the bottom one in terms of the machining. The inside is just gorgeous. Actually, he was before he became an engineer, he was a machinist, and the inside is gorgeous, the outside is gorgeous, but it's a completely different type of case than an RF kit.
Okay, got it. All right. Yeah, I was looking for pictures of the inside. I didn't see that. Well, that's very cool. Well, you've got a good buddy.
Yeah, but we like I said, we kind of reciprocity. He's gotten some good things from me too, and this was unsolicited. He just did it. I think he felt, it was appropriate because he ended up with a Titan amplifier that I had and an extra power supply, which I got from Rocco. It's funny how this stuff goes around. An extra power supply for another Titan which he had. So it just all works out in the wash.
Yeah, I was curious. How did you like the Titan amplifier? Was that a good one?
That was a fabulous amplifier. It ended up having a problem. I bought it used, and should say the repairs were not what they should have been. I fixed it once, and when it broke again, maybe 3-4 years later, I made a decision that I did not want to work on it. I felt it was too dangerous to work on. Mark found a way to work on it passively without energizing it. It's like 3,000 volts. And anyway, the answer to your question, that's the second Titan I've had. The first one I probably never should have sold. It was just absolutely bulletproof and an absolutely wonderful amplifier.
Yeah, that's neat. Have you ever had one of the 922 Kenwood amplifiers? Weren't those pretty beautiful too?
In the eye of the beholder, right? I don't particularly like the aesthetics of them. I know they're very well built, and of course they're using 3-500Cs, which are almost bulletproof. They're just wonderful amplifier tubes for amateur service. The only 3-500Z amp I have is called the Swan Mark II, which I got. A lot of the stuff I got kind of inexpensively. This was from a fellow who's actually also an engineer, but getting up in age, he just kind of wanted to get rid of stuff. And I think that's what I paid, $350 or something like that. And it has been just a wonderful amp, but I've never had the Kenwood version of it.
Yeah, that's so neat. It's really interesting, some of the amplifiers that came and went. I'm trying to remember the one that was, Amp Supply. That was another beautiful one-off, Amp Supply. You remember those?
Yeah, not only do I remember it, but I know which one you're talking about. It's got, I think, I'm remembering right, it's got 3 of the same tubes that, they made several of them, but one of them had 3 of the same tubes that is used by the Titan, and I'm drawing a blank, ceramic tubes, I can't think of the number of them, but it is absolutely gorgeous. And then they made one, I think, with 3-500s, and they also made a little, kind of a funny little sweet tube, 4 sweet tube amplifier, which I would never, ever own again.
Yeah, I think Bruce K6KVA had the one that had 2 3-500s in it, and he said it was just beautiful and beautifully made, and it's kind of fascinating if you could track who are the owners of all these companies, and it's like 3 or 4 guys that just reinvent themselves over.
Yeah, I could be wrong. Did Amp Supply start out with the same people that came from Dentron? Am I right about that?
It it seems like there was some DNA through there, but I'd have to go back and look and see. But the problem is they're so heavy, and we're getting to an age to where it's just not worth it. I mean, I'd rather have that little Mercury 3, you know, with 1,200 watts with a built-in power supply at 27 pounds.
So it's got so many things going for it, and not only is the weight a factor, but also the safety aspect is quite different if you have to work on them. You know, 3,000 volts can just absolutely ruin your day.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, they can send you a pallet, and you can swap out a pallet and, you know, plug and play. I'm also understanding that the LDMOS chips are, they've got some robustness in them now. You know, high VSWR, weird impedances, they're getting better and better over.
I think there's some truth to that, although I'd state it a little differently from my understanding. Even the early ones, which the VLF188XR is an example of one of the earlier ones, was very robust for output tolerance of SWR, but very intolerant for exceeding the input power. If you went, actually I should refer to it as voltage. If you went above, what was it? I think it was like 10 volt positive or 6 volt negative. I'm drawing a bit of a blank, but if you exceeded those numbers, it's like hitting a brick wall and it would blow out the gate. Always the same gate. There are two gates with each device has two transistors. It seems like it was always the other one. And ask me how I know.
Yeah, I know that a lot of folks will set up their amplifiers with a fixed attenuation, and you know, no option, just to protect themselves. So, you know, it wants 100 watts, and if you only drive it with 50 watts, you're still going to get 600 or 700 watts out of the amp.
Yeah, the switcher I have is kind of dangerous in that regard. I always keep it next to the lowest power input position, but if I were to go down to the next position to the right, I could probably, I'm not so sure that 10 watts would do a cause a problem with it, but it might. I mean, I know that those things are just terribly intolerant, and the problem that I had with the ones that I went through when I was learning how to put together an amplifier, this is now going back 6-7 years ago, is I'm fairly certain it was not exceeding the voltage from the input of the transmitter or transceiver. It was getting some RF into the gate because I did not adequately filter various places, you know, with bypasses and ferrites. And so when I learned to do that, I kind of did it as an overabundance, and I've never had a problem since.
Yeah, when I was doing some transmitter or broadcast transmitter design, I learned some interesting things, like for the FM broadcast band, 100 megahertz, you know, I was working on a filament voltage regulator card for the transmitting tube. Now the tube was a 4CX20,000. So, you know, these were several $1,000, like $4,000 or $5,000 a piece. And they put out 35,000 watts at 100 megahertz, you know, with the broadcast transmitter. So I was redesigning one of the card cage cards. It was a filament voltage regulator card. This was actually an original Collins design. And it had relays, and it had a bridge circuit with 2 incandescent light bulbs as part of it. And anyway, I redesigned it with using TTL logic, this and that and the other. But one of the things that I had learned from some of the old timers is you could take like 150, I think it was 150 puff capacitor, and if you cut the leads exactly like a 1/4 inch off the circuit board, stacked it up. So you had that much lead. It would be a natural series resonance at 100 megahertz. And you could do bypassing there, and then there was some choke. Similarly, it had enough distributed capacitance, so you could pick single components, John, and do some bypassing with them as long as the leads were the right length, and that was cool to learn that from the old timers, because not only did it work, but it was less expensive and easy, to buy the parts and scatter them to the boards, because obviously these circuits were in a pretty high RF environment. Over.
Oh, that's fascinating, actually. So you were trimming those leads to have just the right inductance to have an LC network that passed through the RF where you wanted it to be passed through the ground. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. So I have using distributed reactance across the device, so that you only use a single device, and you get into higher frequencies, and you can do that. That also can work against you, if you're not paying attention. Circuit board traces and such. So, and this was in the 80s. So, there was modeling, but a lot of it was guys who were had spent some time in the 60s and 70s with some, spectrum analyzers in sweep mode, and they had tinkered around quite a bit, figured this out, and so they would share with a youngster like me. I was in my mid-20s by then. I graduated from EE at age 25. I was never planning to go to school, so I did start for a couple of years late. Anyway, when I went to Continental, they make those big broadcast transmitters, and it was just fascinating because all my mentors were these guys that were retiring or had retired from high-powered shortwave broadcasting, and then that was the Continental guys, and the Collins guys had come over when we bought the Collins broadcast line from Rockwell Collins, which, by the way, they did with all of the profits from a big Saudi Arabia job where they put in some 2 megawatt AM broadcast system. They made enough profit on that to buy the Collins FM broadcast, well, the entire broadcast line actually, which was kind of long in the tooth, but they refurbished it and made a lot of money selling those transmitters for 20 more years. Anyway, I was part of that, and John, I can't tell you how wonderful it was to, you would hear these stories about the broadcast engineers of Voice of America that would take the Collins S line and feed it into the Sturber curtain arrays in Greece and talk and do phone patches back to their family in the States. You hear all these urban legends. And then I find out that these were the guys who did that. And after they retired from that, they came to work at Continental. And Continental was very, very famous, in Dallas. Continental was started, the chief engineer was started, J.O. Weldon was the guy who built the border blaster super large transmitters for, Mexico. And before that, he was the head of the Office for Information during World War II for broadcasting and, all that stuff. It's fascinating to get to experience that because it's like you got the tail end of the legends. Over.
K6KOI, well, you ought to write this down. And, because everybody's getting older, and those I'm sure there's some wonderful stories that people would be interested in who love electronics. My background in school was definitely not electronics. I went undergraduate at USC and got a business degree in finance. And then after working at TRW, interesting because of my hobby, I gravitated towards electronics / aerospace defense contractor. But after working there for several months, I decided to go to law school. So the only experience I had was basically ham radio. My experience at TRW was a cost control analyst, so that doesn't count. and anything that I've learned has been amateur radio, and so I have a bit of knowledge in a very specialized area. Go ahead.
Yeah, Roger. These old timers, they would play pranks. They were so experienced. And I remember we had this younger guy came in. His name was Dan, and he came in and he worked at Harris, which was a competitor. And everybody was kind of a little put out by him because he was pretty cocky. And so we used to gather in, they had a bullpen, engineering bullpen, and most of the desks were like, government surplus. They did a lot of government work there. So, the hard green desk, the metal doors that would slide out, and you had to oil them to make them slide out. But we made everything, and in multiple buildings in the campus. It was really amazing. There's probably 500 or 600 people there when I was there. So anyway, one of the senior engineers comes out, and his name is Fred Riley. Fred Perry. Fred was the one that would do all of the directional antenna design for all the international stuff and some domestic stuff. And he used the software that Grant Dingman had written, and Grant was a legend as well. He's since passed. Both these guys have passed. But they're just super geniuses, But Fred was, well in his 60s, but he always carried he always renewed his passport when he had hair. And I don't know how he got away with that, but he did. And he always considered himself younger. He used to climb these towers, did put up the sampling loops and this and that. And of course now he's older. So anyway, he comes out one day and he says, golly, where do I get this junk? And he used a different word than that. But it was basically some AARP type flyers, for this kind of diaper and this kind of thing and this kind of thing and old man pills. And he's like, I'm not old. And one of the guys, there's probably 15 of us. And by the way, this youngster, Dan, who was probably about my age, maybe a couple years older, he was not there. And they had about enough of this guy. So what they said was, look, give me that envelope. And it had, all these slips where you're supposed to fill it in if you're interested. So what they did was they all took a few slips of paper and they filled in this guy Dan, this engineer, his name, the cocky guy, and the address there at the plant. And then they mailed them. So they mailed off about 20 of these things for pens and ointments and creams and walkers and canes and pills for this and that, that had come in this envelope that the older guy was, he was like, I don't like this. I'm not that old. So we kind of forgot about it. And then probably about a couple weeks later, we were all in there, and Dan was in his cubicle. He goes, he's opening his mail, goes, what is this crap? And he started getting all these mailings, of all these senior aides, and offers and this and that. And of course they deluged him with it. And nobody said anything because, everybody was in on it except for him. And, the humor that comes, I guess you might say that that's engineering humor. The guys were just really close and tight-knit. They've been through a lot. And when I saw them do that, I was like, I respect these guys at even a higher level now. Over.
That's pretty funny. It's also very creative. And did he ever find out?
I got to tell you, there's a punchline here. His name is Dan Dickey, and he is now the president and CEO of that company. Over.
So he gets his revenge eventually. That's very funny. But did he ever find out about the prank that was played on him?
I think he probably did. He was a very, very bright young guy. He was a very bright young guy. I remember we used to go to, we have Chinese Day was on Tuesday, and so we go to this Chinese restaurant, and they would have the $5 Chinese lunch special. And you got to remember, this is like in '86, and or the $3.95, whatever it was. And we go, we get a long table, and it was, cheap chow mein and this and that, but it was good. And, it was new, and again, this is space camp for a young broadcast engineer to be working at Continental. And, so anyway, I didn't know Dan very well, but I was asking him, I was kind of showing off a little bit. I knew he came over from Harris Broadcast, so I was asking, and I really put my foot in my mouth, but I just didn't know any better. And I said, oh, Dan, you're from Harris. Did you know anything about this SX1 and SX5 solid-state transmitters? Because, by the way, by the time I was hired as a double E, this RF engineer, I had about 10 years as chief engineer experience. I started, got my FCC license at first class at a very young age. And I was doing all this stuff, and, I bought a few, expensive transmitters and installed them. And such. But anyway, I said, the SX1 and the XX5, we used to call them, and I'm telling him this in front of all the others, the SUX1 and the SUX5 because they sucked so bad. And he stopped, he put his fork down, he looked at me, he goes, I designed that transmitter. And I was like, oh man, I really stepped in it, He goes, yeah. He goes, what happened was, we had gotten a bunch of transistors in from either they were good transistors or they were fake transistors, but basically what I learned from his experience is when you source parts in and you're doing design work, you need to be very, very careful that the transistor dies that you get are actually the right ones. And when you then order thousands of them for the production line, for these RF modules, they better be the same. And they had a problem where either the ones that they designed with weren't, completely up to snuff, and they designed some reactant, stuff around them, or the ones that they got for the production line were bad, but one or the other. And, so he was pretty upset that I was blaming him for this, but it was his project, and it was a competitor, so it's fair game. But it did teach me that, and I did some, RF design and manufacturing, so you learn a lot about manufacturing. But that was a thing, it's like you better make sure that your source of your RF transistors are legitimate, both particularly during design and vetting and modeling, and doing all the characterizations at different frequencies and measuring the thermals, because you gotta make this broadcast transmitter work at across the band and up at 10,000 feet maximum. There's a lot of thermal design, electromechanical design that goes into these things beyond the RF side. John, over.
Oh yeah, I bet so. I mean, you're dealing with a lot of heat with those kinds of power levels, and you kind of reminded me a little bit of a story that my mentor, Bill Sally, K6TWO, told me. This is when I first started playing around with solid-state amplifiers, and that was MRF 150. And I went through a few of those for reasons I won't get into, but, well, I will real quickly. What happened was my capability mechanically to properly mount those things so they were completely flat was not what it should have been, and I was using a hand drill to drill and then tap, and it just, anyway, I went through a bunch of them, and it was heat related, and then Bill told me the story of, he had been doing, I guess, repair work, doesn't do it anymore, but he had been doing that, and he ordered, I think it was a bag of 20 MRF 150s from China. And he tested them, and he found, I think, I'm going to guess, I don't remember the exact number, but it was a very low number, something like 5 out of 20 were good, and the rest of them were just so far out of spec that they were worthless.
for the delay. I was putting something in the microwave. Yeah, it's a thing. Well, one of the other things I worked on is a solid-state FM broadcast transmitter. It was a really early one, and it was a 3.8 kilowatt solid-state FM broadcast transmitter, and it had multiple modules. And one of the things you learn very quickly is, when you lose a module, of course, your N+1 combiner, the imbalance, the resistors, not only do you lose power, but you're dumping a lot of waster power across, the combiner dummy loads. And you got to make that work, you got to figure out how you're going to derate that transmitter at 10,000 feet versus sea level and the airflow. And then you're working on a lot of, laminar airflow issues, and you want to be very, very careful that you've got maybe main and backup airflow switches, et cetera, et cetera. And it was really, really interesting, frustrating, and difficult. John, one of the things that I discovered when I was working on the 35 kilowatt FM transmitter, and I was working on the solid-state driver retrofit replacing, there was a really old, wonderful design, but older, with 4CX250Bs that were driving the grids of the 4CX20,000, and I was replacing that. Well, that changed a lot of things. The grid tuning, it changed. We had a thing called an efficiency capacitor, which was kind of a feedback. I can't get into it, but there was neutralization, tuning this, that, and the other. And that was my job. And I had, pretty limited experience with this. So when I started going through all this, I think I may have shared with you this story before, but I'll repeat it. I'll summarize it quickly. I called IMAC, and we were owned by Varian, and IMAC was owned by Varian. So I was trying to find out, am I close? And I discovered that most of the guys that knew this stuff had retired or passed away. And when I did get somebody who was sympathetic, they would just say, well, young man, it seems like you're on the right path, just don't give up, because there was a lot of questions and magical things that just weren't working. And so fast forward, they did say, well, when you get it working, send us. It was actually a YC-130, which was kind of a 4CX 18,000. New tube. Later they changed it up with a 4CX 20,000. But anyway, they said, well, finish your measurements. So I did, and I had designed this transmitter to work on every channel from 88.1 to 107.9, and I had to get it at 80% PA efficiency. I had to get it with the AM synchronous noise was below 50 dB, and I had to get it where the total harmonic distortion was less than 0.08%. That was our industry specs at the time. And I finally did, and then I had to make tuning graphs. You look at these big transmitters, you move this here and you turn the capacitor there, and I had to develop all of that and do the sketches and blah, blah, blah. So I did, I finally did, and then of course, you got all the tube characteristics, grid current, voltages on the screen, plate, on and on, drive and all. And you write all that stuff up. So fast forward about a year later, we went into production and it was doing well. About a year later, I get an envelope, and it was from IMAC. And I opened it up because I'd asked them if they ever got the, I wanted a copy of the tube spec sheet because it was a new tube. And I was designing around this, because they wanted a 35,000 watt output broadcast transmitter. And up to that time, the standard was about 20 kilowatts, and then, we had a 25 and we had a 27.5. Well, we were kind of, driving them kind of hard, but never a 35. So they had this, higher powered tube. So I get this envelope, and I was like, oh, cool. And I open it up, and I pull it out, and sure enough, there's this beautiful IMAC spec sheet, with the red letters and everything, and I started looking at it, and I wanted to check it against my numbers, but I studied it almost immediately. I said, man, these numbers, these look way too familiar. I went back and I looked at the letter I'd sent them. John, they had taken every one of my measurements and just plugged them into their own spec sheet at the IMAT, you know, and I wasn't sure whether to be angry or flattered. Over.
Well, I think both emotions would have been appropriate. They took your work product and took credit for it, and that's what, not just unfair to you, but for those that were relying on the reputation of that company. You'd think that they would, you know, do their own independent testing, which maybe they did. They probably did their own independent testing and verified your numbers. I would guess that's what they did. You know, these days, I'm curious, when you get to those power levels for FM transmitters, I assume they're all solid state and they're using multiple LD MOS type devices with combiners. Is that how they do it, or they still use tubes?
Yeah, K6, KOI, KA4A. Well, first of all, there's still a lot of the tube transmitters out there. That's for sure. But the more modern transmitters, yes, are solid state. You know, they got the switching speeds, you know, better and better and better. And I kind of think that maybe some of that technology has come from R&D with the cellular industry. Because when you're starting to work on, you know, some of these fancy, 800 megahertz, and then higher, the higher bands. While the power levels are, of course, smaller, but you are still studying the physics quite closely. And then you take what you learn and, you can ramp it up to, higher power devices and this and that. But to answer your question, the newer radios are made by Nautel. The Cadillac is made by Nautel, Nautel. Both, you can get a 50, I bought a 50 kilowatt, and I built a station in Israel, in the North Galilee, and I think it was the NV50, is about the size of a double-wide refrigerator. 50 kilowatts, the size of a refrigerator. Whereas in the olden days, 5 kilowatt could be the size of like a whole wall. And of course, tube transmitter, now 50 kilowatt. So, and a 25 kilowatt, they could, and by the way, that would have a separate power supply sitting up on the side. But a 25 kilowatt, you could put in the same refrigerator side because half the modules, and they put the transformer in the bottom. Now, on the FM side, it gets a little more interesting because, the efficiency obviously is not as high as 1 megahertz as 100 megahertz because of the, switching of the transistor junctions. But they've got those, and what they've done is they've actually gone old school on a lot of more modern FM broadcast and television transmitters are television transmitters, particularly when they did the HD repack. All the channels changed, and the commission paid for these transmitters so that because a lot of TV stations had to change frequencies to make room for cellular type wireless. And so the commission, paid for this out of the auction proceeds. So, like Rodin Sports, Germany, they can be very, very popular water-cooled solid-state transmitters, and they are a marvel. Now, in the olden days, with the Klystrons and such, they'd be, water vapor-cooled anyway, and then you had big, chillers and, blah, blah, fans and piping, and it was a mess. But now with the solid-state stuff, it's small lines, and they're just beautiful. They run quiet. And so most of your television transmitters now are water-cooled solid-state. Some of the FM transmitters are water-cooled solid-state. Many of them are air-cooled solid-state. K6, KOI, KA4A.
KA4A, K6, KOI. That's fascinating. It really is. it's an interesting conversation because it's an area I don't know at all, and like I mentioned, my experience has been just strictly with respect to amateur. It's kind of fascinating to know what's going on in the commercial world. I don't know what the future holds for broadcast RF, given all the popularity and utility of the internet. That's something that's probably an endangered species. But I imagine the power supply must be very, very robust to produce the kind of current, because those solid-state devices are low voltage, and the amount of current is astronomical to produce those kind of power outputs. So I'm going to make this my final and go do a few things, but I've enjoyed the conversation.
Very interesting conversation, gentlemen. KK6IRZ.
Yeah, okay, John. Well, listen, let me let you go. I have another station in there. And I need to eat a quick bite, then I'm going to go swim in the pool. My wife went out hiking this morning, and she inspired me. Now I need to go work out, too. Good morning, John. K6KOI, KA4A. I'll share more fiction and fact from Mark's Almanac next time.
That rhymes. And I'll real quickly give a SIG report. I didn't catch the prefix, but it was I or Z suffix, and you're coming in well in the San Diego area in Del Mar.
Oh, very good. Yeah, no, just using a barefoot old ICOM 735, but I've been monitoring for a little while, and interesting conversation. You know, the big stuff is the fun stuff, that's for sure. The call is Kilo 6, India, Romeo, Zanzibar. Jeff up here in CHINO, California. I just figured I'd jump in and say thanks for the interesting conversation that I've been eavesdropping in on for a while. Go ahead.
Well, very good. I do the same thing. I like to listen a lot more, actually, than I do to transmit. And you hear some interesting stories. And did you say you've seen it?
Yeah, up here in CHINO, just outside of, 40 miles, if you kind of go as the crow flies to the east from LA. Inland Empire, I guess they call it.
Okay, yeah, I think you said CHINO, and I thought you were saying Encino. So, anyway. 7-3, see ya. I'm going to have to run K6KY.
Have a good one. KK6IRZ.
Yeah, KK6IRZ. I'm showing you as a general class. Is that not correct? Over?
Yeah, I'm taking liberty because this is actually my second call. My first one was an advanced class, and then they had all the crossovers. And I let it lapse. So, granted, I am taking a little bit of liberties just popping in to say hi, but I didn't plan on hanging out. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Well, be careful. I actually work for the agency that you took liberties for. Over.
If you want to turn me in, go ahead. I guess that's the way it goes. But it is what it is. I just jumped in to say hello and jumping back out. If you feel the need to do that, you go for it.
Yeah, Roger. Well, we look forward to you getting your extra, and we'd love to have you down here again. That'd be wonderful. Have a great day. KA4A.
7-3 is what?
done. You know, so I screwed it back in the switch box, come back in the house. And I went upstairs, watched TV and whatever. I came back down here and it was working. And I thought, I was thinking to myself, that's crazy, you know, and then a little later on, I checked it again and it was not working and it ain't worked since. I don't know. The only thing I can think of, I mean, the only thing I can hope for is that where the barrel connector is running, either the barrel connector is bad or one of those PL259s, but I can't imagine them PL259s being bad. I put them bad boys on myself. I know they're good, and so I don't know. I'm hoping it's the barrel connector is gone south on me. But I'm gonna check that out. But if I can't fix it with it like it is, then it'll just be up there broke. But I am not spending that kind of money again. But the buzzards will have something to land on regularly.
I'm sincerely sorry to hear that, really. I know that means a lot to you, and I know you just spent a lot of money to get that taken care of, so I'm sorry to hear that.
Yep. This is a total different issue. I mean, it's just dead earth door now. Just got like a dead short, you know. But the fact that it came back on, it kind of makes me think that it could be the barrel connector. I mean, it could very well be the barrel connector. I've never experienced that, but I've talked to a couple of people that have experienced that before, so I'll see. I shall see. But anyway, say a little prayer. Let's hope it works out. If it don't, it don't. What's the direct short on these? It's the feed line is showing a short. I mean, it's just like you shorted out. The receive goes dead when you flip to it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On this, I've never personally seen what you got up there, but I'm assuming whenever they bring the feed line down, I know you've got a long piece of pipe that the 40-meter beam's on top of. Do you think by any chance that the loop that they left up there for the rotation of the antenna system may be something to do with that?
Well, that's a possibility. I've looked at it with binoculars, and they've got a good loop in there. You know what I mean? Very, very good loop. No issues with that. I don't think so, but it's a possibility. You're exactly right. But that loop is all secure. Got a big, there's probably, I don't know, a 3-foot loop there. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, how about this? Have you tried looking at it with an analyzer and moving it back and forth?
No, I have not. But I have looked at it here on the, I did move the rotator back and forth, just turn it around from one end to the other, and just watch it. Just put a carrier in it and just watch it, and it didn't change.
Okay.
Is it a multi-band antenna? I'm pretty positive it is. Is it the same on all bands?
No, it's my 40-meter beam, Gary. It's just a single band antenna.
Can you reach all those connections you're talking about if you had an agile climber with a good belt?
Yep. I can go. The only thing I can't reach is the 40-meter beam. But I have a jumper from the 40-meter beam that comes down to about where the rotor is. It's got a barrel connector line. And the jumper's brand new, so there's a feed line going to it. And it's been playing just fine. So I'm hoping that maybe the barrel connector could have failed in some way, somehow. I don't know that, but I'll just have to, I won't know till I go look.
Could water have gotten in there?
Possible. Very possible. possible. I mean, them guys assured me they filled it up tighter than Big Fat Man, but you know how that goes. It's possible, but I would have thought, we'll see. I would have thought no, and here's why I say that, is that I used it Friday, Thursday and Friday, and it was driving, you know what I'm saying, and I used it Thursday and Friday. I was on radio all day Friday, so no issues with that at all, and so I don't think it's water. I really don't. I just think, these connectors that you buy, these Amphenol, the barrel connectors I have, I'm not sure it's the Amphenol, and it may have failed. You know how that goes if that happens.
No issue with the tri-band?
No issue with none of the other antennas. They all work great. I actually went out there and just took the feed line loose from the remote coax switch and checked it, just the feed line straight up to the antenna. And so it's definitely somewhere. It's either at the feed point of the antenna or down here. I don't know, but I can't see anything at the feed point of the beam. It all looks secure. So I don't know. I don't know, but like I say, I've already said to myself, I ain't gonna stress about it. It is what it is. I'm gonna. Hopefully, it's a barrel connector or one of those coax connectors, something there. If it is, I can do something about it. If it ain't, then it is what it is. I'm not gonna worry about it. I operated with dipoles before and did just fine. Yeah, I'll be just fine without it.
210.
See you, Tim.
OWRE.
I'll just go back and I'll put me another 40-meter dipole up at close to the top, facing towards Europe. I'll put another one. This one here is broadside, kind of broadside to the northwest, and like I say, I did well with that before. It'll work again. Go ahead. Kilo Zulu 4 Hotel Mike, go ahead. Alrighty, well I appreciate it. You sounded good here. I'm located just south of Atlanta. And the name's Dennis, and the antenna is just a simple dipole. The apex is about 80 feet, and the ends are, I don't know, probably 70 feet off the ground, 70, 75 feet off the ground, over. Sure, it's Kilo 4, November, Victor, K4NV. Thank you. You too. Have a great week.
75AZ.
Go ahead.
It sounds like a barrel connector to me. I've had that happen. 75AZ.
I hope you're right. I've never had a barrel connector fail, but I don't use them that often either. But I got my fingers crossed. Say a little prayer for me. Let's hope that's all it is.
Okay.
You got a great signal over here. What's the name?
Amy Gordy, Gordy. I'm in southwest Louisiana. Northeast of Lake Charles, about 40 miles.
Okay, Gordy. Man, you sound good over here. Name's Dennis. I think I've been in a QSO with you before with Charlie Max and that crowd. Do you know Charlie, WW4CM?
Yeah, I just met him recently. I'm running a wire beam. It's inverted V beam pointed that direction. Center's up about 35 feet, ends about 15 feet off the ground, and a 10 KFA, about 1400 watts.
Sounds great, Gordy. Certainly, you got a great signal. You're about 10 over here. Marty and anybody else, can you hear him? I'm sure you can.
I hear you fine, Gordy. My name is Marty. Call is M4WRE. I'm in North Carolina, and good to meet you.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're S9 here too. No problem. We use the K1570G as a transceiver.
It's working fine for you. You got good signal here. You're good S9 on me as well.
Yeah, sounds great.
Well, for working you guys, I put this antenna up only up 35 feet, so, you know, I had a vertical array and ain't going too low, and the stateside signals are down quite a bit, so, I've worked everything but the fat boy over there in North Korea, so I ain't worried about DX.
I hear you.
I've been around since 1956, so I don't need any,
I hear those guys are nasty up the band.
That's all they do is just nasty it up.
I don't hear them here.
Yeah, I don't know where they are, but I'm thinking I think they're north of us, but normally, I say that. Normally, I don't, Marty talks about them, I don't never really notice them that much, but I'm noticing them today.
He's a KC and a half down here on us. On me.
Right.
So he's at least 5.5 wide.
Yeah. Wow, that's something. Hey, I think I'm gonna get out of here for a while. Being it's about to get dark. Go put on my modulation suit and all that. My dummy slippers. I'll talk to you guys later. Gordy, nice to meet you again, and hope you have a good evening and a great week. And Gary and Tim, anybody else. Marty, you gonna get on 75 later?
Yeah, I'll be on here subsequently. I need to get on here too, but yeah, I'm gonna jump train too. Y'all have a good evening. Dennis, you and Susan and Gordy, good to meet you. And Gary, if you're still out there, I think Tim went to supper. And we'll see y'all later. This is M4WRE. Good night. Good evening.
All right. I'll catch you on 75 later. See you guys later. Gary, talk to you later for sure, I know. K4ND, adios.
See you later, buddy. 84FM.
See you later. I don't have an antenna up for 80 right now. I got to clear off the back field and be grown up. So, get the big BB back up, I can get up there. Catch y'all later, W5AZ.
Hi, Dan.
W5AZ, K5VR, couple 40.
You must pick up. W4, Jason.
K5VR, was it?
Roger, right. Kilo 5, Bravo Romeo, K5VR.
Name is Hardy. Hopefully I'm not running over them after that. Looks like the old motorcycle garden, and got a good signal down here in Henrietta, Oklahoma. About 45 miles south of Charleston. 90 east of Oklahoma City. Over.
Yeah, okay, Harley. Well, about to back the antenna, but you're at 9 here.
Okay, well, I just appreciate it. I just want to drop by and say hello. I was getting ready for a group to meet down 7143. Meet up about every evening, getting close to 4 o'clock, so kind of tuned up a little bit and heard you over, so want to drop by and say, I hope you had a great weekend, Gordy. Here we are again, drop by and say howdy, over.
Yeah, okay. Well, I usually get in with that group, so I'll be down there in a little bit. See you later, K5VR or W5AZ.
San Francisco, K5VR, Henrietta, Oklahoma. they don't think they'll chew. That's why.
When I'm down here and he's 3 up, and I shouldn't be doing that. I had to figure out why it's doing that.
Well, what you got your bandwidth at?
It's only at 28, 2.8 KC.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I wouldn't think so. I didn't ask Dennis what he was running for a radio, but you know.
Yeah, he's got flexes and anons and K3s and all that stuff. But, I just hoping I wasn't getting into it.
Well, you got that radio, the unlimited.
Sounds like you don't have enough shielding on his equipment. Yeah, that or he's got that 40-meter beam, and he may have it pointed right this direction because some guys over here talking to, and there's just no way I get away from that.
Well, he said he's having problems. He's got a intermittent on that thing, and it shows dead current one time and works the next time. So he's got to find out what it was. He was on the dipole.
Okay, so his beam's giving a problem?
Yeah, he's not sure what it is. Sounds like a barrel connector, and I've had that happen with a barrel connector.
Yeah, shortening side to the shield.
Right.
How's Rick doing today?
Good, I'm doing all right. Weather's kind of cool, but the sun's been shining.
Yeah, it's cooled off here. Sun keeps coming and going here. We're in cloud cover, and then it'll clear off for a little bit, and then it'll cloud up again. But it's cool. It's definitely cool. The wind's blowing good out of the northwest.
It's 68 here, and they say it's going to be 38 in the morning, so it's going to be tempting.
Well, it's 53 here right now.
Am I hearing Scott at there, K5BR? K5BR, WA4JK. Go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, it's Hardy over Henry at Oklahoma. I thought I heard Scott in there.
Oh, I don't think so.
No, that was Rick.
Okay, I'll stand by.
Rick, the bees all gone in for the winter?
Yeah, I think they have. I looked out there today, there wasn't anything stirring around.
They done sealed it up. You get your mite strips and everything out of there?
No, I still got to have a day at least 65 to be able to break them open. But that won't take but a minute once I get... Looks like next week's supposed to have a 70-degree day.
Okay. All right. Well, that ought to help you out then.
It'll take longer to get to them than it will to take them out.
Yeah, you got to go break the wax seal and everything, get into it, don't you?
Yeah, I got to go all the way down to the bottom box. And it'll be sealed up tight, too.
Oh, brother.
KW4ES at Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, Tim.
Oh, Tim.
Hello, Gordy. Anybody else that might be in there? Hey, Cam Hardy, K5BR.
Jerry Harvey, Tim.
Yeah, I couldn't recognize the voice, but even Harvey. Well, good to hear you. It's been a while. I ain't heard y'all because
band propagation tape been working okay? Over.
Yeah, I hear that, Harley. Well, I got a copy on him. How's our neutral buddy doing?
I haven't checked with him. I need to give him a call. He ain't called me lately, Tim, because he owes me money, over.
Oh, okay. Well, I hate to hear that. I hadn't. It's been 2 years since I talked to him, but hey, maybe he'll come through with your money.
He's a good friend. I taught him how to do plumbing. Did you know he changed his call sign to November 5, Tango, Zulu, Alpha, N5 TCA? He changed his call sign, Tim, over.
Roger, roger.
Anyway, you sound good over here in Henry Oakland. I'll be standing by. Got to go through the reference. I'll be back in a little bit. K5 0.
Ah, good hearing you. About 2.5 hours a day, Jerry. I couldn't ever get it working. I just factory reset it, and I guess I'll start over.
Well, yeah. If you have to start over, you have to start over. It's just, one of them deals. It's just, I've never messed with a DMR, so I have no clue what you're into. But good luck.
Yeah. For a good cold rainy day, I ain't got nothing better to do. But I wiped it clean, and I'm going to start out with a new, fresh SD card in that hotspot, and just, I guess I'll teach myself how to do it all over again.
Well, if you got it working once, I'm sure you can do it again.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and see if I can't get the system fusion working. It was working, but I messed with so much. I'm going to try to get it back, but before I wipe that radio out, it's just when you don't mess with it that much, you know? I mean, it was periodically I ever cut it on anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what... I guess I don't know what DMR does. I have no clue.
It's just a discal mode, Jerry. You go in like me. I mean, I could hit the repeaters if I had one close here, or like I use it through the internet on a hotspot to hit the repeaters down in Florida and go out on the air, right?
Oh, okay. All right, so it's just kind of a link system.
Yeah, it gets me down there to their repeaters so I can talk to them.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess that's another way to do things, huh?
Yeah, it's just internet-based, man, for somebody like me, you know. I mean, I think there's a DMR repeater downtown, but I'm not going to buy a $500 radio to hit it, right?
Oh, no. I understand that.
Well, Tim, how much do you pay for that radio anyway?
I don't know what I get for that radio. For my Yaesu radio, I give $160. I think I give right at $150, $149 for this Elenco handheld I got.
Yeah, Elenco builds a good radio. I had a couple of them. Didn't know I was ordering them until I got them, but they were good radios.
Well, back when this station was put up, and I was help taking care of Mother, I wore them out, you know what I mean? But it's been a while. I'm back on HF, and I spent a lot of time here, so I hadn't really used them that much. And I don't know what went wrong, but I guess the best thing to do is scratch everything and start over. I still got my 2-meter 440 here in the shack, and I can hit a guy's node up here that's hooked up to the internet, goes down to Brunswick. I talked to some guys down there off it, but it's just something to mess with. But back in the day, that's the way I taught when I didn't have Dave Shelf set up. Now I'm reaching out on HL fairly decent, I think.
Yeah, your average toss 30 miles. I say that's pretty good.
Yeah, some of them guys down South Georgia need to hook up their HFs. They can get back up here. But they use them DMR handhelds and them radios and them repeaters down there while they're moving around during the day. They still working people. Got the rain over here. I figured you was going to send it this morning.
Well, I finally got there. We got some last night. It wasn't a whole lot. I mean, it was just a little bit, but it's been cloudy and partly cloudy and sunny today, off and on, off and on. Boy, that wind is blowing out of the northwest, and it's cool.
Yeah, that grandson wanted to go out and throw the football again this afternoon. I looked down and said, "You're too late now. It's raining." We did it early this morning, but I got him fed before his mama got here anyway. I fixed him tacos today.
Man, he got it made when he comes over to Papa's house, don't he?
Yeah, man, he's spoiled rotten over here, Jerry. He just lets life slide by, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, what else are you supposed to do with a child like that? I mean, that's what, your grandson or great-grandson?
My great-grandson.
Oh, what else do they expect you to do?
Well, that's all I'm gonna do. It gives him a break, and I think it helps him. But yeah, I enjoy him being here.
Yeah, but I mean the spoiling part. I mean, what are you supposed to do? I'm not. It's like my granddaughter. I'm not gonna discipline her. Yeah, that's my only grandkid.
Yeah, he's 13 now. He's pretty respectful. I don't have no issues with him. If he gets tied up in that game or something, he might bark, and I'll say, I'll go cut that internet off. I mean, I cut that internet off on my phone. I shut it down, and I've done it, to get his attention. But overall, I don't have no problem with him.
Well, that's he has to know that, though. I mean, he can't get away with just everything, but, that's no problem. Just turn that internet off. Well, they go silly crazy, don't they?
Yeah, and then I'll cut his phone off unless his daddy's bought him some data. I'll shut that phone down. I got it going on. I had to do it over here last summer when he was staying with me. I flat put a stop to some of it. He's gotten pretty good with, I don't mind him playing it, but sometimes when he needs to get outside, and I get out there with him. Back when he had a buddy over here that was really good. They had a few buddies that played outside, but now there's nobody in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I understand. Well, yeah, he's definitely at 13. He's going to be wanting to run every which way and which direction at that age. Between 13 and about 18, they don't ever come back down to earth.
Jerry, he don't like going nowhere. I mean, he don't like to get in a vehicle and go anywhere.
Yeah. He likes to just stay at the house.
Yeah, he's a homebody when it comes to being around here. He don't, you know, unless I'm schedule a play date with one of his buddies to go off to a skating ring or to jumping park, you know, he just don't want to go anywhere.
Well, I guess he's satisfied with where he's just hanging out there at the house, so it's no big deal.
That's right.
That's kind of like me. Good evening, folks.
Yeah, evening, Charles. He fits in real well over here, right?
Yeah.
Hello, Charles.
Oh, Jerry. Tim, you talking about your grandson?
Yeah, my great-grandson.
Great-grandson, okay. Now, how old is he?
He's 13. My other youngest grandson's got a boy. He's right at a year old. They ain't quite got big enough for him to come stay with me yet. I ain't changing diapers.
No, my diaper days are done as well.
Me too, Jim. They gotta be able to talk and be able to communicate and take care of themselves to a certain point, right?
Yeah.
I know my wife would have had him over here at that young age, but should have took care of him.
I just looking up there, my great-grandson was born 4/12/19.
What did you get into today, Jerry?
You know, I didn't do a darn thing today. Helped the wife around the house a little bit. That's about it.
Yeah, I was going to mop the floors and everything today, but I guess I got tied up with that computer, that laptop, and that doggone program, and I guess I'll do floors first of the week.
Yeah. Wife was doing a little bit more decorating the house for Christmas, so it's all set up. And I think she just finished making a peach pie with our homemade peaches we canned.
Miss Donna, I hate to tell you, but that's my favorite. He just hurt my feelings.
Oh, man. She's going to feel bad now.
No reason to feel bad. I'm glad you're getting it. Those are some good pie. I mean, good cobbler. Is it a cobbler or a pie?
She made a pie this time. She made a cobbler last time.
Yeah, I like either one, but the cobbler's my favorite, man. I love it, man. With a little bit of ice cream, mercy.
Oh, yeah. I can't get no ice cream for it, but I definitely will get a piece of pie tonight.
Y'all making me hungry.
I know it, Charles. That's one thing my mother, man. She could make a best peach cobbler I ever tasted. My wife did okay, but Mama's, I don't know how she did it, but man, it didn't last long.
Yeah, my wife made good pies. Well, she's just a good cook in general. I mean, she cooked anything. She tended to overcook the steak. She didn't like rare steak. She wanted them well done.
My wife was a good cook, Charles, but she was a better cook than she was a baker, right?
Okay.
Yeah, baking, the wife tells me when you bake, it's got to be exact. You can't be just in the ballpark. It's got to be exact or it turns up a mess.
Yeah, right. It takes some patience to be a good baker.
Now, my wife is on that same side that cooking meat got to be cooked all the way through. I don't want to cut into a piece of meat and it move at me or see its blood or anything like that. I can't go that way.
I like my steak medium rare.
Yeah, I do too, Charles. I like my steak to be pink on the inside.
Yeah, I'm not interested in no kind of pink in there. I want the meat cooked.
Me too.
I'm with you, Jerry. I want it done.
Hamburger meat, stuff like that, definitely. I want it done all the way through.
Yeah, we don't eat steak anyway. I don't know how anybody affords it. I just can't afford it. I look at the price per pound on that stuff, and I just no way I'm paying that.
Got a local meat market here, and you can buy it pretty reasonable.
Well, I mean, I bought ground lean today, 1.22 pounds. It was $12.
Holy smoke!
Boy, that's high, isn't it?
Got a couple of T-bones up at the IG store in Oakdale, and there was two good-sized T-bones that were 3/4 of an inch thick, $7.
Yeah, ground beef was cheaper. I could have, but I don't buy just regular ground beef. I don't buy a whole lot, so when I buy it, I buy the lean stuff.
Yeah. It's like to cook something up and have it roll off the grease. Bring air fry pretty much everything, so you can't handle a lot of grease.
Yeah, doggone antennas done got wet. This light bulb up here flickered a couple of times. I lowered the power. Yeah, RF, man. When it gets wet, it'll come and go.
Yeah, ain't nothing you can do about that. It's just changing the impedance of it because it's getting water in on the line itself.
Got any ferrites in there? Kim?
No, not at all.
That would help. Number 43 ferrite beads, and put a few out there, and it'll pull that down a little bit.
Yeah, wife canned about 6 or 7 cans of homemade cranberry sauce the other day.
What all you got going around you down there?
Do what now? Say it again?
What all you got growing around you down there?
You mean in flowers?
No, you cooking cranberries. You must have a good supply of them.
Oh, yeah, she bought these, I think, at the store. Just bought them the other day. They don't come out, but right close to this time of year, you can't get them for about 2 weeks. She bought a bunch the other day and made up some cranberry sauce and canned it. So we got canned cranberry sauce, and she made a big old batch of homemade biscuits the other day, too.
I might have to lay down and go to sleep early tonight. Sounds like a good thing to do.
Well, it's going to be getting dark early, that's for sure.
Well, the sun's already going down. It's looking darker here. No, it ain't. Wait a minute. Yeah, it is. It's getting darker outside already.
Yeah, it'll be dark at 6 o'clock around here. You can bet on it.
9ATB. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Alan. We ain't heard from you today, too.
Yeah, I've been busy. Just didn't have time to get on, Charles, what I normally do.
Yeah, hello, Alan. You got a good signal tonight.
Thank you. Likewise. Is that Gardy?
Yes, sir.
I think I heard Tim and, is that you, Jerry?
Yeah, evening, Alan. Yeah, it's good to hear you. Well, ain't nothing wrong being busy. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I just wasn't able, the time I normally get on, I just couldn't make it. So I thought I'd come in here and check this afternoon, see if you guys was around.
Yeah, we're all hanging in here pretty good, I guess. Well, it's raining here now, but yesterday was a beautiful day, and this morning wasn't too bad, but the rain finally moved back in here.
Yeah, we had some drizzling rain yesterday, too, but not a bad day here today. Right now it's 51 degrees. Hey, guys, I got to step out for a little bit. Got to look at the granddaughter's car. The A4's AK.
All right, Jerry. Hope there ain't nothing bad wrong with it.
W5DE.
W9ATB.
W5AT.
AI5JL.
Ain't never good when they say, come listen to my car.
And angry parakeets. Wow, yeah, I bet it's busy. I bet it's been busy. Well, once again, congratulations on the Hammerland. You really stuck with it and pulled that thing from back from the grave. That nice work. And somebody's getting your friend's getting a real nice radio.
I've got an HQ160 and tried to use it, but it's a drift-o-matic. I mean, it moves around all over. And it finally blew out. I think the filter capacitor's got a buzz in it, and I just put it on the shelf and haven't looked at it since. I ought to get it down and do something.
Well, yeah, you should. Mine is not drifty. I'd say 15-minute warm-up, and I can set it on a sideband QSO, and I don't have to diddle the BFO hardly at all.
Yeah, that was not my case here, Rover.
Yeah, that's pretty good performance, Gary. Pretty good performance.
Well, if you have a can of freeze mist, you've probably got something in there that's temperature sensitive, and you can do a little spritzing here and there, and you can find what needs replacing.
Oh, Roger. I may get some initiative over the winter and take it out. It's just in storage out in the garage.
How did you come by it, Will?
A long time ago in Santa Fe, I was working somewhere, and I'd been licensed since 59 and then dropped out, and then I got kind of interested again, and this guy walked in and had the HQ160, and I think he had a bug too, and wanted some money for it. Wasn't too unreasonable, and I just bought it, and then eventually tried to use it after I relicensed and got on the air, but it just drifted around too much over.
Yeah, you're gonna have to troubleshoot that, or pass it along. I don't know that you have a need for it, Will.
No, this is, to be honest, this IC7300 answers every need I ever thought of, over.
Yeah, they do.
That's the problem. When I want a shortwave listen, I use this Yaesu 1200, which does a sterling job. Go ahead there, Gary.
I believe the HQ160 is the very first receiver that Hammarlund manufactured that had a product detector.
Oh, it actually, that's right. That's, of course, that's why you're, yeah, that's a nice thing to have.
Yeah, it is. You know, in its day, if you were buying a new receiver in the late 1950s and you had plans to maybe switch from AM to sideband or toy with sideband, it was the cat's meow.
I remember it was only on the market for a short period of time. The 170 came out and kind of replaced it and moved the line along, didn't it?
Yeah, the 170 was ham band only, and they even made it had 6 meters, of course, and I think they even had a 170 that had the 2-meter band on it, and then, of course, the 180 was like a 170 that was general coverage.
Copper Canyon, assignment area 8102,
1146 South Main.
Well, they made some nice receivers. They really did. You know, starting back with the old Super Pro and gosh, I'm trying to remember. The HQ129X was a biggie.
Well, I've only owned one, and now you own it, Gary.
And I'm grateful for that. I love the 140X.
Well, I'm glad you do. I'm glad you do. Mine was getting kind of cobwebby, so I'm sure glad it found a new home. Thank you again for the most generous overpayment that you sent me, Gary.
Oh, that was the least I could do. Hopefully you invested in a decent bottle of wine, or a halfway decent bottle.
Not yet. I think I still have the money. Well, I bought my HQ140, which we managed to get sent up to Gary. I bought it from an auction in Las Cruces. They were getting rid of some stuff. It was municipal, and this was left over from an early day civil defense shelter. They had a Johnson Viking 2 paired with the HQ140. And I was just being a wise ass. Nobody was betting on the HQ140, so I offered 75 cents, John, and damn if I didn't get it. Over.
That's incredible. I sure would love to have had that transmitter.
Oh, I used it quite a bit. You know what caused me to get rid of the Viking 2 is a widow in Albuquerque gave me her late husband's Johnson death.
I think the Viking 2 was what a friend of mine whose folks had money and spent it on him ended up with. That one of the higher-end helicopters. And, of course, they put a telephone pole up in his yard and a beam and a rotor and all that stuff. And all I had was my mother's clothesline over.
Historically, the absolute quickest way to break down a society is to cut off the masses from their food supply. That is when things...
You want an ID, Will?
K5, YDA.
Yeah, my first antenna was a 40-meter dipole,
and I bought 3 Johnson egg insulators and some Belden, I think it was number 14 stranded, and the feed line, it was all I could afford. 75 ohm receiving twin lead. I think I could get 100 foot of it for like $3. And I worked 40 states with that setup in a homebrew 6AG7807.
Oh, wow. Very cool. Roger, Roger. I remember using twin leads somewhere. I just don't remember the fine points. Did put up some kind of antenna. Eventually, I built using brake line and conduit and a U-bolt that was built a 6 meter 3-element beam. And it worked like a champ. Only the rotator was me. I had to run out and turn the pole that was falling over.
That's called an Armstrong rotor.
Roger, Roger. Yeah, my first antenna was a 40-meter dipole fed with RG59 that I scrounged from the scrap pile with permission from the local cable TV company, Gary.
Well, that absolutely works. I still got some of that receiving twin lead. I kept a few feet of it just as, memorabilia. But for next to nothing, at one of our auctions or tailgate parties, somebody had a brand new roll of Belden kilowatt 75 ohm twin lead, and I couldn't resist.
I've never seen.
Alpha.
Hands up! Hands up! Get on the ground! Get on the ground now! Get on the ground! Down on the ground! Get on the ground now! Now! Got him? Got him.
The DEA says it just delivered a major hit to one of the world's most violent cartels.
Federal agents pulled off the largest crackdown on organized crime in decades, targeting 3,000 Sinaloa and CJNG members. In just a few months, more than 3,000 people have been arrested across the United States, the largest federal raid in America's history. The DEA calls it a historic victory against the Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation cartels, cartels accused of flooding America with dangerous narcotics. But as the raids unfolded, another story began to surface. One that stunned even veteran agents, because some of the people being arrested weren't cartel soldiers. They were sheriffs, border inspectors, even federal officers, the very people sworn to protect the country they were helping to poison.
Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez walking into the Homeland Security Investigations Office, where moments later, he was arrested.
Tonight, we uncover how America's war on the cartels turned inward, a campaign that exposed corruption, militarized the border, and left one question hanging over every badge. When the cartels can buy the cops, who's really protecting you? It began quietly, months before the headlines. Inside the DEA's Los Angeles Field Division, analysts sifted through wiretaps, encrypted chats, and bank ledgers that stretched from California strip malls to chemical suppliers in Shanghai. The target list was enormous. 2 cartels, Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation. By August 2025, the data pointed to a pattern. Identical stash houses in 23 U.S. cities, all cycling money, weapons, and pills through the same shell import firms. That's when federal agents launched what they called the Surge.
The operation, called a DEA Surge, also seized a large haul of drugs, firearms, and cash.
At 4 a.m. on August 25th, convoys rolled out across the country. In Long Beach, a shipping container marked medical supplies hid 480 kilograms of synthetic powder, 7,469 kilograms of white snow, and 420 firearms stacked in hidden compartments. In Phoenix, helicopters hovered over suburban homes, doubling as pill-pressing labs. By week's end, 617 suspects tied to the Sinaloa cartel were in custody, and millions in cash and cocaine had been seized. 3 weeks later came Phase 2, the Jalisco strike. From September 22nd through 26th, DEA and Homeland Security task forces hit CJNG warehouses in Texas, Florida, Illinois, and California. When the dust settled, hundreds of people were in custody and $48 million in drugs, weapons, and assets were seized.
The Drug Enforcement Administration announced Monday that from August 25th to 29th, agents arrested 617 people linked to the cartel across 23 U.S. field divisions.
But it wasn't just on U.S. soil. This was an international top-secret mission planned over the course of months. It required elite-level skill, and most importantly, keeping it need to know so as not to tip off the people they were coming for. A multi-agency operation that required foreign partners in Central America and Europe to pull their weights. They froze accounts and intercepted shipments simultaneously. Officials said the message was clear. The United States could now strike the cartels as a single, coordinated front. Every kilogram of poison seized, every dollar stripped from the cartels represents lives saved and communities defended. DEA Administrator Terrence Cole told reporters afterward, but he also cautioned that what the public saw, the flashing lights and mugshots, represented only the surface of a long-term campaign still unfolding quietly behind the scenes. For the DEA, this was more than a record haul. It was proof that the agency could still strike globally, even as synthetic powder overdoses reached historic highs inside the United States.
Over 150 Americans die every day from overdoses related to fentanyl and synthetic opioids.
Los Angeles became the command hub, analysts tracing shipments, agents coordinating raids from California to Connecticut. Each arrest logged into the same digital map, red markers spreading across the screen until the country glowed with the scope of the campaign. By October, the tally passed 3,000 arrests, a number officials hailed as proof of success, even as the next phase of the operation pushed the campaign beyond traditional law enforcement and into national security territory.
Arrest totals included 64 in Connecticut, 49 in Massachusetts, 33 in New Hampshire, 11 in Maine, 10 in Rhode Island, and 3 in Vermont.
But even as Washington celebrated its victory, investigators were beginning to see the outlines of a darker reality, because behind the seizures and arrests, another war was quietly unfolding. One fought not with guns, but with ledgers and wire transfers. An operation of this scale is hard to pull off, and the only reason they were able to do so is because in early 2025, the Trump administration had decided that arrests alone weren't enough. The cartels weren't just criminal networks anymore. They were declared foreign terrorist organizations.
Minutes after entering the Oval Office, President Trump signing an executive order starting the process of categorizing drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
The notice lists some of the most powerful cartels in Mexico, including the Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartels. It also lists the Salvadoran MS-13 gang and the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang.
The move gave the Pentagon new latitude to act alongside the DEA, Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. At a White House briefing, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called it a whole-of-government counter-terror campaign, saying, if the cartels are going to operate like insurgents, they will treat it accordingly.
So our message to these foreign terrorist organizations is we will treat you like we have treated Al-Qaeda. We will find you, we will map your networks, we will hunt you down, and we will kill you.
Behind the scenes, that decision changed everything. For the first time, U.S. Northern Command was authorized to provide intelligence, surveillance, and even limited operational support for DEA and ICE task forces.
The Department of Justice is expanding a task force across the country to crack down on human trafficking and smuggling. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced today that Joint Task Force Alpha will now expand its reach up north.
The southern border became a militarized zone of overlapping jurisdictions with soldiers, federal agents, and local police moving under a single directive to disrupt, dismantle, and neutralize. From that moment, drug enforcement stopped being about policing. It became a war plan.
The Department of War is not going to degrade or just simply arrest. We're going to defeat and destroy these terrorist organizations to defend the homeland on behalf of the American people.
And as the Pentagon's involvement deepened, the campaign shifted from regional raids to synchronized national strikes. Two cartels, Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation, hit simultaneously across 23 U.S. field divisions and 7 foreign regions. America's war on the cartels was now official policy, and the target list just became global. Long before the raids began, investigators had been gathering information on the structural operations of the cartels, particularly CJNG. Their organizational structure was unique. According to Mexico-based David Saucedo, a Mexico-based journalist and security analyst, CJNG's structure was like nothing they'd ever seen before. And the feds knew that the real power of the Jalisco New Generation cartel wasn't in the streets like other cartels. It was in the supply chain. By the time demand for synthetic powder exploded in the United States, CJNG already had a frame of reference. They had been studying the Sinaloa cartel, the OG of synthetic powder, and they had everything they needed: shipping routes, chemical suppliers, corrupt port officials, and a network of chemists who could turn precursor powders into billions of dollars worth of synthetic drugs. According to the DEA and investigative group Insight Crime, the cartel's power comes from its control of key Pacific ports like Manzanillo and Lázaro Cárdenas. Now, these aren't just regular ports, they're entry points for chemical precursors shipped from China and India. Those shipments arrive labeled as industrial solvents or cleaning agents, but inside are the building blocks of America's deadliest drug epidemic. In clandestine super labs hidden across Jalisco, Colima, and Michoacán, subcontracted chemists mix the imported chemicals into and methamphetamine.
I have been to narco labs before, but I have never seen anything like this. Huge quantities of pure fentanyl cooked daily. It's an opioid like heroin, but 50 times as strong.
From there, traffickers move the product north using tractor trailers, commercial shipments, and even private couriers, disguising the cargo as everything from produce to electronics.
LAX, the drug trafficking hub of the world. Hidden in the hundreds of thousands of bags that move through here every day are illegal narcotics, slipping past security and getting shipped all over the globe.
CJNG operates like a multinational corporation, departments for logistics, finance, recruitment, and enforcement, except its product is poison, and its profits are measured in lives lost. One DEA report estimated that just 1 kilogram of synthetic powder, costing less than $4,000 to produce, can yield street profits of over $1 million once it's pressed into counterfeit pills. It's a business model built on addiction, scalability, and death.
No land is needed to grow ingredients. It's entirely synthetic. It's so easy and cheap to make, it can be cooked almost anywhere.
And CJNG isn't alone. The Sinaloa cartel, once dominant in other dangerous narcotics, created the market for synthetic drugs. Together, the two groups have turned synthetic powder into the most profitable narcotic in modern history and the deadliest. Each seizure on the border represented more than evidence. It was a calculation of how many lives those kilos could have ended. For the DEA, this was the justification for escalation. If CJNG ran its empire like a state, the US would have to respond like one. While agents kicked down doors, another front of the war played out in silence.
What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are.
Deep inside the Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, analysts followed the money. They traced billions in cartel proceeds, washing through U.S. real estate deals, luxury car imports, and shell corporations registered in Delaware and Nevada. The cartels were using ordinary American people to help destroy their own country.
The couple is accused of money laundering and smuggling oil into the U.S. from Mexican cartels valued at over $300 million.
The pattern was almost surgical. Cash collected in Los Angeles or Houston was wired through front companies in Miami, disguised as consulting fees, then routed into cryptocurrency exchanges overseas before re-entering the system as legitimate investment capital. By the time it reached an American bank account, it was clean.
Troubling global ties following a massive money laundering bust. Authorities connecting Mexico's infamous Sinaloa drug cartel to an underground Chinese banking group in Southern California.
Investigators found that some of the same accounts funding cartel logistics also paid local contractors. campaign donors, even police union vendors. Nothing directly illegal on paper, but enough to raise alarms inside the FBI's Public Corruption Unit. For federal prosecutors, this financial shadow network explained how criminal groups could buy loyalty within the very institutions built to stop them. Bribes no longer looked like cash in envelopes. They looked like contracts, property deals, and campaign donations. And when the next wave of arrests began, involving sheriffs, customs officers, and even Border Patrol agents, it was clear the infiltration wasn't theoretical anymore. The money trail had led straight to the badge.
He showed up there in uniform for what he thought was going to be a routine meeting, and he is now facing conspiracy to commit racketeering charges.
The first clue came from a casino in Florida. In early 2025, FBI agents unsealed a racketeering case against Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez, a law enforcement officer accused of running a multi-million-dollar gambling empire alongside cartel financiers. Investigators say Lopez collected up to $700,000 in cash bribes, not transfers or checks, but envelopes and briefcases stuffed with bills. The money came from Krishna Deokaran, a casino operator who, prosecutors allege, laundered Sinaloa cash through Florida's internet cafes.
Investigators say Decaron was at the helm of the sites, and Lopez protected the Osceola location as a silent partner who took 10% of the earnings.
Lopez promised protection, even handing his partner an honorary deputy badge. "You'll be safe," he texted. "I'll be your sheriff." For years, he was, until Patel flipped, turning over text messages, photos, and payment records that blew open the case. The scandal didn't end there. 2 months after Lopez's arrest, his estranged wife, Robin Severance Lopez, was taken into custody.
Breaking tonight, the wife of suspended Osceola County Sheriff is now in jail as well. Robin Lopez was arrested today in Harmony. This is video of Homeland Security taking her into custody. She faces charges of conspiracy to use or invest proceeds from racketeering.
On paper, she ran a cleaning company. In reality, prosecutors said it was a front to keep the bribe money flowing while her husband sat in jail. As the Florida case unfolded, the pattern reappeared along the border. In El Paso, Customs and Border Protection Officer Manuel Perez Jr. was accused of waving through vehicles packed with undocumented migrants and narcotics. Court filings say Perez worked with smugglers for more than 2 years, using his federal credentials as a shield. He now faces decades in prison.
Court documents say between December of 2023 and February of this year, 32-year-old Manuel Perez Jr. of El Paso allegedly smuggled and attempted to smuggle undocumented migrants into the United States for money.
In California, 2 more CBP officers, Jesse Clark Garcia and Diego Bonillo, admitted to helping a Mexican trafficking network. They used emoji codes to signal smugglers which inspection lanes to use, allowing cars loaded with poison to pass unhindered. Over time, investigators said the pair allowed more than 1,100 pounds of narcotics into the United States. At San Isidro, the nation's busiest crossing, officers Farlis Almonte and Ricardo Rodriguez were charged with taking bribes to let vehicles full of migrants through without inspection.
Dozens of cars with undocumented immigrants apparently passed through this entry point unchecked by Customs and Border Protection officers Farlis Almonte and Ricardo Rodriguez.
When agents arrested Almonte, they found nearly $70,000 in cash. His girlfriend was caught trying to move the payoff money back to Tijuana, and then came the case that shocked even veterans of border enforcement. Former Inspector Leonard Darnell George, once a respected officer, was convicted of taking several $100,000 in bribes to let smugglers move narcotics and migrants through his lane.
A jury found 41-year-old Leonard George guilty on 4 counts. Prosecutors say that he took upwards of $400,000 in bribes and allowed smugglers to bring drugs and undocumented migrants through his inspection lane.
But the arrest didn't stop the rot. Just months later, Operation Valley Takedown exposed a Border Patrol agent, Alexander Grindley, accused of trafficking poison while on duty. Prosecutors said he wasn't merely helping smugglers, he was one of them. Corruption undermines the integrity of our border security and poses a grave threat to public safety, said U.S. Attorney Tara McGrath. When those sworn to protect us become complicit, it endangers everyone.
Among those arrested for alleged methamphetamine trafficking was a U.S. Border Patrol agent.
Across Florida, Texas, and California, investigators found the same fingerprints: easy money, encrypted texts, and the quiet exchange of loyalty for cash. It was no longer possible to draw a clean line between the enforcers and the enemy, and as the headlines piled up, another uncomfortable truth emerged. These weren't isolated betrayals, they were symptoms of a system pushed past its limits. When the first arrests hit the headlines, federal spokespeople called them isolated incidents. A few bad apples, nothing more. But inside the FBI's Public Corruption Unit, the data told a different story. Since 2023, at least 29 law enforcement officers, from sheriffs to border patrol agents, have been charged with cartel-related crimes. The trend line wasn't flattening, it was climbing. Analysts traced the surge back to a familiar pattern: rapid expansion, weak oversight, and money that moved faster than accountability. After the 2025 emergency directive, Homeland Security hired thousands of new border agents in less than a year. Background check waivers, temporary clearances, and emergency postings became routine. Meanwhile, state and local departments struggling with narcotics violence took federal grants tied to narcotics interdiction. More cash, more overtime, more pressure, and more opportunity for compromise. When agents with internal affairs tried to tighten audits, they found missing case files, encrypted phones, and unexplained deposits in departmental pension funds. The cartels hadn't just bribed individuals, they'd learned to feed the bureaucracy. In Texas, a whistleblower described how supervisors ignored warnings about a colleague taking cartel money. In Arizona, an internal affairs report revealed evidence of trafficking investigations quietly buried to protect political donors. Even campaign finance records began surfacing in federal indictments, linking shell companies to candidates running on law and order platforms. For the DEA and the Pentagon, the question wasn't just how to fight the cartels anymore. It was how to keep the war from hollowing out the very institutions waging it. By the end of 2025, congressional analysts had coined a new term for it: institutional fatigue. Too many fronts, too few safeguards, and an enemy that had learned to exploit both. The raids had worked, but they had also exposed a system stretched to the breaking point. And as the numbers of arrests slowed and investigations multiplied, one question hung over Washington's victory celebrations. What if the real battlefield was inside the agencies sworn to defend it? Faith in the badge was supposed to be unbreakable. But after 3,000 arrests and dozens of corrupted officers, what happens when the line between justice and survival disappears? If the system starts cracking from within, who holds the shield now? Please feel free to share your thoughts with us in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel for
She would lure women, pregnant women, she would carry out illegal C-sections, then harvest the mom's organs, and then sell newborns to couples in the United States for up to 250,000 pesos.
A viral midnight video shows the Hells Angels capturing Mexico's most wanted woman, La Diabla, a narco queen accused of trafficking babies and harvesting organs. What follows is a cross-border power struggle involving cartels, bikers, governments, and a $200 million ransom. Let me break it down. The capture of the she-devil. The footage that broke the internet doesn't look real. A convoy of Harley-Davidsons roaring down a Texas back road in the middle of the night, red taillights blinking through dust and gun smoke. But it's what happened next that sent shockwaves through law enforcement worldwide. The Hells Angels Motorcycle Club, yes, the same outlaw gang the FBI has been chasing for decades, reportedly captured one of Mexico's most wanted narco figures, a woman the DEA once nicknamed the she-devil of Juarez.
A woman arrested in Ciudad Juarez is accused of conducting a very chilling operation.
Her real name, Martha Alicia Mendez Aguilar, but across cartel circles, they call her La Diabla. According to official reports, she's accused of running one of the most grotesque criminal rackets in recent Mexican history, a baby trafficking and organ harvesting network that preyed on poor, pregnant women along the US-Mexico border. They called her La Diabla for a reason. According to a joint intelligence briefing from the US National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC, and Mexican law enforcement, Mendez Aguilar was no ordinary smuggler. She didn't didn't move meth, cocaine, or cash. She moved life itself. Her operation, backed by the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, CJNG, targeted vulnerable expectant mothers. They were promised shelter, medical care, maybe a better life. But what they got instead was a horror show.
She would lure women, pregnant women, she would carry out illegal C-sections, then harvest the mom's organs, and then sell newborns to couples in the United States for up to 250,000 pesos.
Those words aren't tabloid sensationalism. They're part of a real broadcast from Ciudad Juarez, confirming that US couples allegedly paid up to $13,000 with high-stakes extortion. Here's where things get murky. The FBI's El Paso field office, according to multiple reports, had been coordinating with Mexican authorities on La Diabla's apprehension since late August. A federal warrant, sealed under counterterrorism provisions, listed her as a foreign terror associate, part of the Trump administration's February 2025 order labeling the CJNG a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. That meant any US citizen or group engaging with her could technically fall under anti-terror statutes. But when bikers, not badges, got to her first, everything changed. According to one border agent speaking off record, the angels didn't just stumble into her. They had intel. Someone tipped them off, maybe even from inside law enforcement. It wouldn't be the first time. The Hells Angels have been deeply intertwined with Mexican cartels for decades, serving as distributors and enforcers for both Sinaloa and CJNG-linked traffickers. In Canada, they've smuggled cocaine through the same ports used by Sinaloa. In Arizona, they've moved meth for CJNG. But this, kidnapping a cartel queen, would be a whole new level. So what really happened in Texas? One theory, pieced together from intercepted communications and biker social media, claims La Diabla was ambushed outside a stash house near Odessa, where she was hiding under the alias Maria Lopez. A convoy of about a dozen bikers reportedly boxed in her SUV after midnight, smashing windows and pulling her out before local police even arrived. She was taken to an undisclosed ranch, believed to be part of a network of club safe houses spanning from Midland to San Angelo, and held under armed guard. If true, this was an unsanctioned, extra-legal operation by a group already under FBI scrutiny. But why take her alive? That's where the $200 million comes in. The ransom demand, first shared on encrypted X accounts traced to Mexico City, claimed the Angels would release her to cartel intermediaries within 96 hours upon payment in cryptocurrency and gold. They allegedly justified it as repayment for fentanyl debts, though the note's authenticity has never been verified. US authorities have declined comment, but analysts believe this may be the first time a biker gang has directly held a cartel operative hostage for ransom, and if so, it's not just criminal, it's historic. To understand the magnitude, you have to grasp who La Diabla really is. According to official case files, she wasn't a street-level killer, she was a strategist. But to understand why her capture has law enforcement scrambling, and why both cartels and bikers are risking open war to control her fate, you need to understand who La Diabla really is, and the kind of horror she built south of the border. Inside La Diabla's empire, La Diabla carved out her own specialized niche within this massive criminal enterprise. She ran what authorities would later describe as a specialized criminal cell, focused on something that, until recently, wasn't even on most people's radar as a major cartel activity: infant trafficking combined with organ harvesting. Think about that for a moment. While most of us associate cartels with drug trafficking, gun running, or even human smuggling for labor, what Martha orchestrated was something far more sinister, far more personal, and far more devastating to the families involved. She identified a twisted business opportunity in human desperation, and she exploited it with ruthless efficiency. Now you might be wondering, how does someone even conceive of such a horrific business model? Well, the operation that Martha allegedly masterminded was as systematic as it was savage. Her network targeted desperate pregnant women, often from impoverished or sections on the black market. As overall leadership and that the cartel's power. Witnesses from a Homeland Security among them have donations who'd taken secret organizations throughout North America, including the Hells Angels. These
Hey everybody, this is Mark here at Gary's Guitars in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and I'm here to talk about the used guitar apocalypse, year 2, season 2. About a year ago, I coined this term. I think I coined the term, and to explain this phenomenon. Too many used guitars everywhere. places, the major, Guitar Center and the other major retailers weren't even buying used guitars. They're like, we can't buy anything until we can get some inventory out of here. And I saw that happening. I saw people coming into the store daily, and I saw unrealistic expectations about what guitars are worth. This is thanks to the internet somewhat, because people can ask whatever they want for something. And there's no cost in advertising your guitar for sale on Reverb or eBay or anything like that. So you can just say, yeah, I got this, I don't know, I got this Made in Mexico Player Series P bass, and you might have bought it for $700, and so you said like, hey, I want my $700 back. So not you, but someone would list it for that, or someone would list it for $600. Not knowing that they're really going for $400 in the open market. It just creates this, people are like, oh, that old tale. Someone walks in the guitar store and says, these things are going for $800. And it's like, they're not going for $800. People are asking $800. They're going for a much smaller price. And this information is out there. You can check completed listings on Reverb and eBay. Even Guitar Center's own website, their asking prices are pretty in tune with the value of used gear, even in the current time. So once in a while, I'll be like, I know you want $400 for this thing, but Guitar Center's selling one right now for $400. So I can't give you $400 for your Player Series P bass, because Guitar Center's got one for $400, and I can just go over there and buy one anytime I wanted to for that price. So I'm sorry. So that's the guitar apocalypse. A decrease in demand due to a previous overexposure in demand, meaning the pandemic was here, people were stuck at home, people were taking the guitar up again, people were taking the guitar up for the first time, musicians were buying secondary and guitars and tertiary and whatever other words, many more guitars than they need, just like guitarists do. And there was just too much guitar exuberance, I guess. Too many guitars bought up, and then some people started to send this inventory back into the wild for a couple of reasons. Some people just gave up playing guitar, but also when you hear that, like, I think, or just in your heart, you feel there might be economic troubles. People have economic uncertainty. Just like it doesn't have to be. You don't have to. The actual economics behind economic uncertainty don't matter as much as it's inspired by something. But if people feel like, I don't know, I should just get rid of this extra stuff while I still can, and they do that, and that creates more of a demand. So, more of a supply. So decreased demand by 1x, increased supply by 2x. There's a deficit there, and
You think you can just stand there? Huh? You think you own this street? Look at me when I'm talking to you. Coward, this is what you're protecting? A curfew? You should be ashamed. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm talking to you. Ma'am. What? Don't you dare! Oh, my eyes! You think you can just stand there? Huh? You think you own this street? Look at me when I'm talking to you. Coward, this is what you're protecting? A curfew? You should be ashamed. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm talking talking to you!
Ma'am.
What? Don't you dare! Oh my eyes! You think you can just stand there? Huh? You think you own this street? Look at me when I'm talking to you. Coward, this is what you're protecting? A curfew? You should be ashamed. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm talking to you!
Ma'am.
What? Don't you dare! Oh my eyes! You think you can just stand there? Huh? You think you own this street? Look at me when I'm talking to you. Coward, this is what you're protecting? A curfew? You should be ashamed. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm talking to you!
Imagine a political party so confident in its power that it doesn't realize it's tearing itself apart in real time. On one coast, Zohran Mamdani, the socialist rising star of New York, is watching his campaign unravel under the weight of scandal, exposed lies, and illegal foreign donations. On the other, Chuck Schumer is gambling the credibility of his entire party on a shutdown strategy that's collapsing faster than the polls can keep up. Both stories are happening at once, and they're connected, not by coincidence, but by cause. Because when a movement starts mistaking chaos for strategy, when ideology becomes louder than logic, the downfall doesn't come from the outside, it comes from within. What we're seeing right now isn't just political miscalculation, it's a system in feedback failure, burning through public trust like rocket fuel with no plan for landing. So let's break down how Mamdani's panic and Schumer's desperate gamble became two sides of the same self-inflicted collapse. Now, I want you to think about something for a moment. Have you ever watched a machine overheat because no one checked the temperature gauge? Maybe an old car engine, or even just a coffee maker left on too long. The warning signs were there, the steam, the smell, the noise, but someone ignored them, and eventually, the whole thing just gave out. That's what's happening right now in American politics, and specifically within the Democratic Party. Two crises, two coasts, one shared problem. They stopped listening to reality. Let's start with the big picture. We're more than a month into a government shutdown, and at the same time, New York City is just days away from electing a new mayor, and the frontrunner, a young Democratic socialist named Zohran Mamdani, is suddenly in freefall. His poll numbers are dropping, his credibility is shredded, and the more he talks, the worse it gets. Meanwhile, back in Washington, Senator Chuck Schumer thought he could use the shutdown as leverage, a bargaining chip to force through massive spending bills tied to health care for people who aren't even citizens. But here's the thing. Around 2/3 of Americans, according to recent polling, are blaming the Democrats for this mess. Not the Republicans, the Democrats. So you've got one leader trying to strong-arm the nation with a shutdown, and another trying to promise the moon to voters in the bluest city in America, and both of them are failing, publicly, spectacularly. And the reason they're failing is the same reason any complex system fails. They ignored the feedback. When systems fail, they fail predictably. When feedback is ignored, entropy wins. That's not politics, That's physics. So let's start where the meltdown began. Zoran Mamdani wasn't just another candidate. He was supposed to be the future. Young, energetic, a self-described democratic socialist with big ideas and even bigger promises. Free childcare for everyone, free buses, government-run grocery stores, a complete transformation of New York into what he imagined as a progressive paradise. For months, he led the race by double digits. His supporters were fired up, the media was intrigued, even skeptics admitted he had momentum. But then, as often happens when someone builds a campaign on emotion rather than evidence, the cracks started to show. First came the story about his aunt. Mamdani had been telling audiences repeatedly about how his aunt stopped riding the New York City subway after September 11th, 2001. Why? Because he claimed she wore a hijab, and the wave of Islamophobia in the city made her feel unsafe. It was a powerful story, personal, emotional, the kind of narrative that connects with voters on a visceral level. And for a while, no one questioned it. But here's the problem with stories in the digital age. They leave trails. And when journalists started checking the facts, the story fell apart. Turns out, Mamdani's aunt wasn't even in New York City during or after 9/11. She was living in Tanzania, halfway around the world. When confronted, Mamdani tried to backtrack. He said, well, maybe it wasn't his aunt. Maybe it was his father's distant cousin. But guess what? Investigators found that person too, also in Tanzania at the time. So the story, the emotional centerpiece of his campaign's appeal to marginalized communities, was false, completely fabricated. Now, I want you to think about what that does to trust. Because trust isn't just a feeling, it's a calculation. Every time someone tells you something, your brain is running a background process. Does this make sense? Does it fit with what I know? Can I rely on this person? And when the answer comes back no, it doesn't just affect that one story. It affects everything. If he lied about that, what else is he lying about? And that's where the second scandal came in. Reports surfaced that Mamdani's campaign had accepted nearly $13,000 in illegal foreign donations. Now, let me be clear about what that means. In the United States, only citizens or permanent legal residents can donate to political campaigns. That's federal law. It's not a guideline, it's not a suggestion, it's the rule. And Mamdani's campaign had taken money from over 170 contributors who lived outside the country. Some of those donations were returned once the story broke. But as of mid-October, nearly 90 foreign donations, totaling over $7,000, still hadn't been refunded. His opponents immediately called for a Justice Department investigation. So did former President Trump. And whether or not anything comes of that, the damage was done. Because here's the thing, voters don't need to wait for a conviction to lose confidence. They just need a pattern. Lie about your family, take illegal money, refuse to clean it up quickly. That's a pattern. And patterns destroy campaigns. The latest polling shows Mamdani's lead shrinking dramatically. He's down to around 40% support. His main opponent, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, has surged to the mid-30s. That's a 7-point gap with a margin of error around 3 points. In other words, this race, which was supposed to be a blowout, is now competitive. And more importantly, Mamdani's momentum has completely stalled. The energy is gone. The narrative has flipped. And ironically, it's Cuomo, of all people, who's gaining ground. But as Mamdani panicked, the ripple effect started hitting the rest of his party. Because this isn't just about one candidate in one city. It's about what that candidate represents. Mamdani was the fresh face, the bold vision, the next generation of progressive leadership. And if he can't even keep his story straight or follow basic campaign finance law, what does that say about the movement he represents? Let me ask you this. Have you ever watched someone dig themselves deeper into a hole by trying to explain their way out of a lie? It's painful to watch, and it's exactly what happened here. Mamdani didn't just get caught in a lie, he got caught in the cover-up, and then he got caught in the cover-up of the cover-up. at a certain point, it's not about the original mistake anymore. It's about judgment. It's about whether this person can be trusted with power. Now, here's where things get interesting from a systems perspective. If you're building a movement on emotion instead of integrity, the math eventually catches up. And what I mean by that is this. Emotions are powerful, but they're also unstable. They spike fast and crash hard. Integrity, on the other hand, is a slow build. It's boring. It doesn't make headlines. But it's what holds a structure together under pressure. Mamdani built his campaign on emotional appeals. Tax the rich, free everything, fight the system. But he didn't build the foundation. And when the pressure came, when people started asking, okay, but is any of this true? Can you actually deliver? Are you even following the rules? The whole thing started to collapse. And just as Mamdani's empire was collapsing locally, Schumer's gamble at the federal level was about to detonate nationally. We're now in the 4th or 5th week of a government shutdown. The exact count doesn't matter as much as the trend. And the trend is this. The longer it goes on, the worse it looks for the people who caused it. In this case, that's the Democrats. Now, let me be fair here. Shutdowns are always complicated. Both sides usually share some blame. But in this case, the polling is pretty clear. Around 2/3 of Americans across the political spectrum are pointing the finger at the Democrats. And the reason is simple. They're the ones who refuse to pass a budget unless it included massive spending increases for programs that a lot of people don't support. Specifically, we're talking about extending healthcare subsidies to people who entered the country illegally. Now, whether you think that's good policy or bad policy, it's undeniably controversial. And using a government shutdown as leverage to force it through, that's a gamble. A big one. Schumer thought he was playing chess. He thought he could hold the line, make the Republicans blink, and walk away with a win. But the board flipped, and every move started costing credibility. Now, here's what's so wild about this. Some of his own colleagues admitted this was the plan. Congresswoman Catherine Clark said the shutdown was a leverage point. Senator Chris Coons from Delaware said it was uncomfortable, but still a leverage point. Even Bernie Sanders acknowledged that reopening the government would mean losing leverage. So this wasn't a secret, this wasn't a conspiracy theory, this was the stated strategy. Use the shutdown as pressure, force the Republicans to the table, get what we want. But here's the problem with leverage. It only works if the other side feels more pain than you do. And right now, the Democrats are feeling a lot of pain, their approval ratings are tanking, their voters are frustrated, and even the media outlets that usually support them are starting to run stories about how the strategy backfired. Now, I'm not a political strategist, but I do understand systems. And one of the basic principles of any system is this. If you apply pressure without monitoring the feedback, you don't know when you're about to break something. Schumer applied pressure. He held the line. But he didn't listen to the feedback. The feedback was everywhere. Town halls, polls, social media, news coverage. All of it was saying the same thing. People want the government to work. They don't want theater. They don't want leverage games. They want their leaders to lead. And when you ignore that kind of feedback, reality finds a way to get your attention, usually all at once. Reports started coming out that Democrats were planning to end the shutdown right after this week's elections. New York's mayoral race, New Jersey's gubernatorial race, Virginia's governor's race. The theory, apparently, was that they could ride out the bad press until Tuesday, claim the high road after the votes were counted, and spin the whole thing as a principled stand. But here's the flaw in that plan. By the time they reopen the government, the damage is already done. The narrative is set. The voters have already decided who's to blame. So why make such a reckless play? That's where the real story begins. Because this isn't just about political leverage. It's about incentives. It's about money. And it's about a deeper agenda that most people don't fully understand until someone explains it clearly. Let me walk you through this. The funding bill that's tied up in the shutdown includes something between $1 and $2 trillion in spending over several years. A huge chunk of that money is earmarked for Medicaid expansion. Now, on the surface, that sounds reasonable. Medicaid helps people who need health care, but here's where it gets complicated. The way the bill is written, a lot of that money would go to states to cover healthcare costs for people who are in the country illegally. Now, whether you think that's compassionate policy or fiscal insanity, the economic reality is the same. It creates a massive financial incentive. States that accept this money can balance their budgets. States that don't will struggle. And for places like New York and California, which are already deep in debt, this isn't just helpful, it's essential. Without that federal money, those states would be looking at serious budget crises, possibly even bankruptcy. And while Schumer was losing ground, someone else stepped into the conversation with brutal clarity, not as a politician, but as someone who thinks about systems and incentives for a living. The conversation centered around a simple question: why is this shutdown happening? And the answer, when you strip away the talking points, is this: because if the funding gets cut, millions of people who came here expecting benefits will leave. And if they leave, certain states will lose voters. And if those states lose voters, one political party loses power. Now, I'm not telling you how to feel about that. I'm just walking you through the logic. If you create a financial incentive for people to come to a place, they'll come. If you remove that incentive, they'll leave. That's not politics, that's economics. And the reason this shutdown has dragged on for so long is because the stakes, for certain lawmakers, are existential. Let me give you an analogy. Imagine you own a business, and you've been paying people to stand in your store. Not to buy anything, just to make the place look busy. You're hoping that the appearance of activity will attract real customers, but it's costing you a fortune. And eventually, someone asks, why are we doing this? And you realize you don't have a good answer, except that if you stop, the store will look empty, and that's embarrassing. So you keep paying. Even though it's unsustainable, even though everyone can see it's not working. That's what's happening here. The Democrats are paying through federal funds to create the appearance of support, but the cost is astronomical, and the minute the funding stops, the whole thing falls apart. So Schumer's gamble isn't really about healthcare. It's about maintaining a system that artificially props up his party's electoral prospects in key states. And the shutdown is the last desperate attempt to keep that system alive. But as the polling shows, reality has a way of cutting through spin, and right now, reality is winning. Think about it this way. When incentives reward dysfunction, dysfunction multiplies. That's not a political statement. That's a systems observation. If you pay people to do something that doesn't create value, you get more of that behavior, and eventually you run out of money to keep paying for it. The question isn't whether the system will collapse. The question is when and how much damage it does on the way down. Now, here's where this connects back to Mamdani, because what he's promising in New York City is essentially the same model on a local scale. He wants to raise somewhere between $8 and $10 billion a year through new taxes, and then spend it on universal programs. Free childcare, free buses, government-run grocery stores, you name it. And to pay for all of this, he says he'll just tax the rich, raise the corporate tax rate by about 5 percentage points, add a 2% surcharge on income over $1 million. Simple, right? Except it's not simple at all, because the math doesn't work, and more importantly, the assumptions don't work. Let me explain. Right now, New York City already has some of the highest taxes in the country. When you combine state and local income taxes, the top earners in the city are paying around 15% on top of their federal taxes. That's higher than almost anywhere else in America. And Mamdani wants to push that to 17%. Now, if you're someone making $1 million a year or more, and you're already paying 15% in state and local taxes, what do you do when that jumps to 17%? Especially when you can move 20 miles away to Connecticut or 1,000 miles south to Florida and pay 0 state income tax? You leave. That's what you do. And that's what economists have been trying to tell anyone who will listen. The top 1% of taxpayers in New York City, somewhere between 30 and 40,000 people, currently pay around 40% of the city's income tax revenue. If Mamdani's plan goes through, that dependency would jump to over 60%. So you'd have the entire city budget resting on the shoulders of a tiny group of highly mobile, highly motivated people who could solve their problem by simply moving. This is what economists call catastrophic concentration risk. You're putting all your eggs in one basket, and the basket has legs. It can walk away, and when it does, the whole system collapses. Not slowly, not gradually, all at once. But here's what's even more troubling. Mamdani fundamentally misunderstands how marginal tax rates work. When you raise the top marginal rate, you're not raising taxes on all income. You're raising taxes only on income above a certain threshold. So the revenue projections his campaign is putting out, they're wildly optimistic. Some independent analysts estimate he'd raise less than half of what he's claiming, which means either the programs don't get funded or the city goes into massive debt, or both. And this is where we see the same pattern that's playing out at the federal level. Ideology over economics, promises over planning, emotion over evidence. Let me ask you something. Have you ever known someone who made a big financial decision based purely on how they wanted things to be, rather than how things actually were? Maybe they bought a house they couldn't afford because they were sure they'd get a raise. Or they started a business without checking if there was actually demand for what they were selling. It feels good in the moment, it's exciting, it's bold. But when reality shows up, and it always does, the consequences are brutal. That's what's happening here. Mamdani is selling a vision. And visions are powerful. But visions without foundation are just fantasies. And you can't run a city of 8 million people on fantasy. Now, the reason this matters beyond just one election in one city is because it's a symptom of a much larger problem. When leadership turns ideology into insulation, reality finds a way in, usually all at once. And what we're seeing with both Mamdani and Schumer is that exact dynamic. They've insulated themselves from feedback. They've surrounded themselves with people who agree with them, who tell them what they want to hear, who reinforce the narrative. And as a result, they've lost touch with the ground. The polls are feedback. The scandals are feedback. The shrinking leads are feedback. The fact that 2/3 of Americans blame your party for a shutdown, that's feedback. But if you're not listening, if you're too invested in the story you've been telling yourself, then all that feedback just becomes noise. And eventually, the noise becomes a wave. And the wave washes everything away. Here's what I find fascinating from a systems perspective. Both of these situations, Mamdani's collapse and Schumer's gamble, are examples of the same kind of failure. They're feedback failures. In engineering, we talk about feedback loops all the time. A good system monitors itself. It checks its temperature, its pressure, its output. And when something starts to drift out of range, the system corrects, it adjusts. That's stability. But when you disable the feedback loop, when you ignore the sensors, the system doesn't gradually decline. It goes into runaway. And runaway always ends the same way, catastrophic failure. Political systems work the same way. The feedback comes from voters, from polls, from media coverage, from town halls, from protests, from donations, from all the signals that tell you whether your strategy is working. And when you ignore those signals because they don't fit your model, you're disabling the feedback loop. You're flying blind. And at some point, you hit the ground. Now, let's zoom out even further, because this isn't just about two politicians making bad decisions. This is about a political party at a crossroads. The Democratic Party, right now, is facing an existential identity crisis. On one side, you have the progressive wing, young, energetic, motivated by big ideas and bold promises. They want to transform the system. They want to tax the rich, expand government, provide universal services, and they have a lot of passion. On the other side, you have the pragmatic wing, older, more cautious, focused on winning elections and holding power. They want incremental change, coalition building, compromise. And right now, those two wings are pulling in opposite directions. Mamdani represents the first wing, Schumer represents the second. And both of them are failing. Which raises the question, if neither approach is working, what does? Let me share something with you. There's a concept from ancient philosophy, from Aristotle and Plato, about what makes a society stable. They figured out over 2,000 years ago that you can't have a functioning democracy or even a functioning republic unless the people in that society share a common sense of culture, identity, and investment. You need cohesion. You need people to feel like they're part of the same project, working toward the same goals, bound by the same values. When you lose that, when you have hundreds of different groups all pulling in different directions, all competing for resources, all defining success differently, the system breaks down. It doesn't matter how good your policies are. It doesn't matter how smart your leaders are. The foundation cracks, and everything built on it starts to crumble. And that's what we're seeing right now, not just in New York, not just in Washington, across the country. Blue states are hemorrhaging population. New York, California, Illinois, they're all losing residents, which means they're losing congressional seats, which means they're losing electoral votes, which means they're losing power. And the more they double down on policies that drive people away, the faster the decline happens. It's a feedback loop. But instead of correcting, they're accelerating. Instead of asking, why are people leaving? What are we doing wrong? They're asking, how do we get more federal money to make up for the lost tax base? That's not a solution. That's a patch. And patches only work for so long. Here's the thing. States compete. Cities compete. They compete for residents, for businesses, for talent, for capital. And if you make your state or city uncompetitive, people leave. They move to places with lower taxes, better services, more opportunity, safer streets, better schools. That's human nature. And no amount of ideology can override human nature. You can try. People have tried for centuries, and it always ends the same way. So when Governor Kathy Hochul, the Democratic governor of New York, goes on television and essentially says, look, if Mamdani actually tries to do what he's promising, we're going to see a mass exodus like we've never seen before. She's not being disloyal. She's being realistic. She's acknowledging the feedback. She's saying, this doesn't work. The math doesn't work. The incentives don't work. And if we go down this road, we'll destroy the state. And the fact that she had to say that publicly about a candidate from her own party in one of the bluest cities in the country tells you everything you need to know about where things stand right now. Let me give you one more analogy, and then I'll bring this all together. Imagine you're running that company I mentioned earlier, and your product isn't selling. The feedback is clear. Customers don't want it. So you have two options. Option one, listen to the feedback, redesign the product, and give customers something they actually want. Option two, ignore the feedback, double down on your original design, and spend more money on marketing to convince people they're wrong. Which option works? Obviously, option one. But which option requires more humility? Also option one. Because option one means admitting you were wrong. It means changing course. It means putting results over ego. Right now, the Democratic Party is choosing option two. They're doubling down, they're spending more, they're marketing harder, but the product isn't improving. And the customers are walking away. Mamdani's implosion and Schumer's gamble are both symptoms of the same disease. The refusal to adapt, the refusal to listen, the refusal to accept that reality doesn't care about your ideology. It doesn't care about your narrative. It doesn't care about your intentions. It only cares about results. And when the results don't match the promises, people notice. They lose trust. And once trust is gone, it's incredibly hard to get back. So what happens next? Well, we'll know more after the upcoming days. If Mamdani loses, or even if he barely wins, that sends a signal. It tells the progressive wing of the party that their approach isn't as popular as they thought, even in the bluest parts of the country. If Schumer ends the shutdown right after the elections, that also sends a signal. It tells everyone that this was never really about principle. It was about timing. It was about optics. And people remember that kind of thing. But here's the bigger question. Is the Democratic Party capable of reinvention, or are we watching the beginning of a long, slow decline? Because history is full of political movements that became so attached to their ideology that they stopped being able to adapt. And once that happens, once a movement becomes rigid, it becomes brittle, and brittle things break. I don't know what's going to happen, Nobody does. But I do know this. Reality always wins. Reality doesn't need your permission to exist. It doesn't need your approval. It just is. And the faster you align yourself with reality, the better your outcomes will be. The longer you resist it, the harder the correction will be when it finally comes. So here's what I'd encourage you to do. Pay attention, not just to the headlines, but to the patterns. Ask yourself, what are the incentives here? What does the feedback say? What happens if this policy actually gets implemented? Don't just react emotionally, think systematically. Because the same principles that govern engineering or business or physics, they also govern politics. Feedback loops, incentive structures, concentration risk, adaptation. These aren't abstract concepts. They're tools for understanding how the world actually works. And if enough people start thinking this way, start asking the right questions, start demanding leaders who align with reality instead of fighting it, then maybe, just maybe, we can avoid the worst-case scenarios. Maybe we can correct before the crash. Maybe we can rebuild before the collapse. But that requires awareness, not outrage, not tribalism, not blind loyalty to a team or a party or an ideology, just clear-eyed, honest awareness of what's actually happening and why. So if you want to stay ahead of the curve, if you want to understand the mechanics behind the headlines and not just react to them, make sure you're subscribed. Because we're going to keep following these stories, we're going to keep breaking down the systems, we're going to keep asking the questions that matter. Drop a comment below and tell me what you think happens next. Does Mamdani pull off a win despite everything? Or does this become a cautionary tale? Does Schumer's gamble pay off? Or does it accelerate his party's decline? I'm genuinely curious what you think, because you've been watching this stuff unfold, just like I have. And as always, thank you for being here. Thank you for thinking critically. Thank you for engaging with these ideas instead of just consuming them. Because awareness, not outrage, is how real change begins. That's how we build a future that actually works, instead of one that just sounds good in a speech. I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Something big just happened. For weeks, the country's been frozen, paychecks stopped, benefits halted, tension rising like a pressure valve is about to burst. But then, out of nowhere, the silence broke. A single order was given direct, final, and unmistakable. Airspace sealed over the Caribbean. F-35 seconds scrambled into formation. Naval vessels repositioned off Venezuela's coast, and at the same time, in U.S. cities, protesters clashed with ICE agents, trying to pull detainees from federal vans. Chaos on the streets, confusion in Congress, and panic spreading through the media. And through it all, one thing became clear. The so-called shutdown crisis wasn't just about government funding, it was about control. Because while opponents were focused on partisan drama, the administration was quietly executing a coordinated strategy against narco-terror networks that stretched from Venezuela to the U.S. border. A move that stunned critics, cornered protest leaders, and forced even Washington insiders to admit someone just outmaneuvered everyone. Let's break down exactly what just happened, what order Trump just gave, and how the protesters and their allies never saw it coming. Right now, we're watching one of the most intricate operations in recent political memory unfold in real time. It's day 31 of the government shutdown, and if you've been following along, you know things have reached a breaking point. Picture this. More than 13,000 air traffic controllers haven't seen a paycheck in over a month. Federal union workers, thousands of them, are in the same boat. Airports are operating on fumes. Safety inspectors are stretched thin. And then there's the issue that hits closest to home for millions of families, SNAP benefits, the food assistance program that helps put groceries on the table for over 40 million Americans. November 1st was supposed to be the day those benefits rolled out again. But the shutdown meant that for the first time in decades, families across the country were staring at empty mailboxes and wondering how they'd feed their kids. Now, think about what that does to a nation's psyche. When people can't rely on the basic functions of government, when safety, stability, and even food security are suddenly in question, frustration doesn't just simmer, it boils over. And that's exactly where we were. The pressure valve I mentioned, it was about to blow. But here's where it gets interesting. Because while the media was focused on the theatrics in Congress, the partisan finger-pointing, the endless debate over who was to blame, something else was happening behind closed doors. A decision was being made, one that would shift the entire landscape overnight. And when that decision came down, it wasn't a compromise, it wasn't a negotiation, it was an order. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been in a situation where the rules felt like they were holding you back? Maybe you were trying to get something important done, helping a neighbor, organizing a community event, dealing with bureaucracy, and you hit a wall. Not because your idea was bad, but because the process itself was designed to slow everything down. That's what the Senate filibuster is, in a nutshell. It's a procedural rule that requires 60 votes to move most legislation forward. And in a divided government, that's a nearly impossible threshold to meet. So, what do you do when the clock is ticking, when millions of people are counting on you, and the old rules are grinding everything to a halt? You change the rules. That's exactly what Trump authorized. He gave the order to activate what Washington insiders called the nuclear option. Now, don't let the name scare you. It's not about actual weapons. It's about eliminating the filibuster for budgetary matters, allowing the Senate to pass a continuing resolution with just 50 votes plus the Vice President's tiebreaker. In other words, it's about cutting through the gridlock. And before you think this is some radical new move, let me remind you, the nuclear option has been used before. In fact, it's been invoked by Democrats more than once in recent history. When they needed to push through judicial appointments or legislative priorities, they didn't hesitate. So when people clutch their pearls and say, but what if the other side uses this against us later? Well, they already have. And they've promised to do it again the next time they're in power. So the question isn't whether this tactic will be used. The question is, who's going to use it first when it actually matters? Now, I want you to think about something for a moment. Leadership isn't just about making popular decisions. It's about making necessary ones. And sometimes the necessary decision is the one that upsets the established order. Because the established order, if we're being honest, wasn't serving the people anymore. It was serving itself. And when you're dealing with a crisis that's affecting tens of millions of lives, you don't have the luxury of waiting for consensus. You act. That's what Trump did. He looked at the paralysis in Washington, the suffering spreading across the country, and the political games being played with people's livelihoods, and he said, enough. We're moving forward. And here's the thing, whether you agree with him or not, you have to admit this. It worked. The Senate moved. The gridlock broke. And suddenly, the conversation shifted from, will the government ever reopen, to what happens next. But, and this is a big but, the domestic political maneuvering was only half the story. Because while all eyes were on Capitol Hill, another battlefield was being set, and this one wasn't in Washington. It was in the Caribbean. Have you ever noticed how sometimes the biggest moves happen when everyone's looking somewhere else? It's a principle that applies to everything from business strategy to geopolitics. Distract your opponent with one hand while the other hand sets the real play in motion. And that's exactly what unfolded here. While the media was obsessing over the shutdown drama, interviewing furloughed workers, covering protest marches, dissecting every tweet the Pentagon was quietly mobilizing, airspace near Puerto Rico closed. F-35 fighter jets scrambled and stationed. Naval assets repositioned along key maritime corridors. And the focal point of all this activity? Venezuela. Now, if you've been paying attention to global affairs, you know Venezuela isn't just a troubled neighbor. It's a failed state run by dictator Nicolas Maduro, who's been propped up by foreign adversaries and narco-terrorist cartels for years. And those cartels, they're not just Venezuela's problem. They're ours. Because the drugs flowing out of South America don't stop at the border. They end up in American communities, destroying families and fueling violent crime. So when the Trump administration began positioning military assets off the Venezuelan coast, it wasn't a random show of force. It was a calculated message. And the message was simple. We know what you're doing. We know where you're operating, and we're not going to let it continue. Think about it like this. Imagine you're trying to stop a leak in your house. You can keep mopping up the water on the floor, or you can go find the source of the leak and fix it. For decades, U.S. policy has been focused on mopping up, arresting drug dealers, intercepting shipments at the border, treating addiction after it's taken hold. All of that is important, don't get me wrong. But it's reactive. What Trump ordered was proactive. He went after the source. Now, here's where the narrative gets even more layered. Because this wasn't just about intercepting boats or sending a message to Maduro. This was about disrupting an entire ecosystem of narcoterrorism. And that ecosystem is more complex than most people realize. You've got cartels operating with military-grade weapons. You've got corrupt government officials facilitating smuggling routes. You've got terrorist organizations using drug profits to fund operations around the world. It's not just crime, it's a transnational security threat. And yet, when Trump ordered these strikes, when U.S. forces began taking out narco-terrorist targets in international waters, what was the reaction from some corners of Washington? Outrage. Accusations of illegality. Claims that the president was acting as judge, jury, and executioner. One lawmaker even went so far as to say Trump was applying the death penalty for drug dealing without due process. Let me pause here and ask you, do you think terrorists operating in hostile waters, killing Americans with drugs, deserve the same legal protections as U.S. citizens standing trial in a courtroom? Because that's the crux of the debate. On one side, you have people arguing for procedural purity. Every target needs to be vetted. Every strike needs congressional approval. Every action needs to follow peacetime legal standards. On the other side, you have people like Senator John Kennedy, who plainly said, "These are terrorists. They're killing our children with drugs. They're just as dangerous as jihadists in the Sahel or Afghanistan, and the president is doing something about it." I think about this a lot, actually. The balance between ideals and survival. We want to believe that if we just follow the rules, everything will work out. But sometimes the people you're up against aren't playing by the same rules. And if you insist on tying your own hands while they operate freely, you're not being principled, you're being naive. That doesn't mean you abandon your values. It means you recognize that protection sometimes requires decisiveness. And decisiveness in the fog of a real threat doesn't always come with a committee meeting and a press release. So, while critics in Congress were drafting strongly worded letters, Trump's order was already in motion. Strikes were being carried out. Smuggling routes were being disrupted. Cartel leaders were being eliminated. And the result? A measurable impact on the flow of drugs heading toward U.S. borders. Not a complete solution, nothing ever is, but a shift, a recalibration of power. And here's the part that really matters. Maduro, the dictator sitting in Caracas, suddenly found himself in a very uncomfortable position, because for years he'd operated with impunity, knowing that the international community would wring its hands but never act. Now he's watching U.S. military assets just off his coast, watching his narco-terrorist allies getting picked off one by one, and wondering if he's next. But even as all of this was unfolding on the global stage, the chaos back home was reaching a fever pitch. Because while the Pentagon was executing surgical strikes in the Caribbean, ICE agents were conducting enforcement operations in American cities. And that's where the protesters come in. You've probably seen the videos by now. They went viral almost instantly. A group of activists, some genuinely concerned citizens, others professional agitators, surrounded an ICE vehicle in broad daylight. They weren't just protesting, they were actively trying to free a detainee who'd already been arrested for immigration violations. One person yanked open the vehicle door, others tried to pull the individual out, and in the midst of this, ICE agents had to make a split-second decision. Do we let this happen, or do we enforce the law? They chose enforcement, and what happened next became a flashpoint. Arrests, accusations of excessive force, outrage on social media. And here's the part that often gets overlooked: a clear demonstration of the consequences when activism crosses the line into obstruction. Let me be clear. I believe in the right to protest. I believe in free speech, in civil discourse, in holding power accountable. But there's a difference between protesting a policy and physically interfering with law enforcement officers doing their job. And that difference matters. Because the moment you try to forcibly remove someone from federal custody, you're not a protester anymore. You're breaking the law. And officers have a responsibility to respond. Now, here's what's fascinating from a strategic standpoint. These confrontations didn't hurt Trump's position. If anything, they reinforced it. Because for every viral video of activists clashing with ICE, there were millions of Americans, many of them moderate, many of them unsure about immigration policy, who looked at that chaos and thought, that's not okay. It became a visual argument for the very policies Trump was pushing: law and order, enforcement, consequences. And that brings me back to the original point. This entire sequence of events, from the nuclear option in the Senate, to the military operations near Venezuela, to the enforcement actions at home, wasn't a series of random reactions. It was a coordinated strategy. Each piece reinforced the others. The shutdown resolution demonstrated control. The Venezuela strikes demonstrated strength. And the enforcement actions demonstrated follow-through. You know, when I think about systems, whether it's a supply chain, a spacecraft, or a government, one principle always holds true: alignment is everything. If your components are working at cross purposes, the system fails. But if every part is synchronized toward a common objective, you get something powerful, something that moves faster and hits harder than anyone expected. That's what happened here. And while the media was scrambling to cover each individual story, they missed the bigger picture. This wasn't three separate crises. It was one operation executed on multiple fronts, and the people who underestimated that coordination, they got outmaneuvered. Now, the protesters weren't the only ones caught off guard, because while activists were clashing with federal agents in the streets, another battle was raging, and this one was fought with headlines, sound bites, and speculation. The media, to put it bluntly, went into overdrive, and in their rush to frame the narrative, they ended up doing something fascinating. They amplified the very confusion that worked in Trump's favor. Think about it. One network was running breaking news alerts about imminent military strikes on Venezuela. Another was interviewing constitutional scholars, debating whether the Caribbean operations were legal. A third was covering the ICE confrontations as civil rights violations. And through it all, nobody seemed to step back and ask the most important question: what if all of this is connected? What if the chaos we're seeing isn't a breakdown of order, but a deliberate application of pressure across multiple fronts? You see, there's something counterintuitive about modern information warfare. Most people assume clarity is always the goal, that leaders want everyone to understand exactly what they're doing and why. But that's not always true. Sometimes strategic ambiguity is the point. When your opponents don't know which move to counter first, when they're scrambling to respond to 3 different crises at once, they make mistakes, they overextend, they contradict themselves, and while they're busy putting out fires, you're reshaping the landscape. That's not dishonesty, it's strategy. And if you've ever run a business, managed a complex project, or even organized a large family gathering, you know what I'm talking about. You don't announce every decision in advance. You don't telegraph your next move to people who might try to stop you. You act with purpose, and you let the results speak for themselves. So when the media couldn't agree on whether this was a humanitarian mission, a military operation, a political stunt, or a constitutional crisis, that ambiguity wasn't a bug, it was a feature. Because while pundits were arguing over definitions, tangible things were happening: drug shipments were being interdicted, cartel networks were being disrupted, federal employees were getting back to work, and families were starting to see SNAP benefits come through again, even as judges stepped in to force compliance with existing law. Now, let's talk about those judges for a moment, because this is where the story gets even more interesting. 2 federal judges operating independently in different jurisdictions both ruled that the Trump administration had to continue paying out SNAP benefits during the shutdown. The legal reasoning was straightforward. The statute authorizing the program doesn't give the executive branch discretion to halt payments just because Congress hasn't passed a budget. The money is appropriated by law, and the law doesn't pause during political fights. On the surface, this might look like a loss for Trump, but here's the thing, it wasn't. Because those rulings didn't undermine his position, they actually reinforced the broader narrative he'd been building. Think about it. The courts stepped in and said the benefits must be paid, and what was the administration's response? Essentially, fine, we'll comply with the court order. But this proves exactly what we've been saying. The system is broken, and we need the Senate to act. It turned a legal defeat into a political win, because now the pressure was back on Congress, and Trump could claim he was simply following judicial orders. You know, there's a lesson in that for all of us. Sometimes the best response to opposition isn't confrontation, it's adaptation. When someone blocks your path, you don't always need to break through the wall. Sometimes you just reroute and let their obstruction become part of your argument. It's like water finding its way downhill. It doesn't fight gravity, it uses it. But let's zoom out for a second, because I want you to see the full chessboard here. We've talked about the domestic shutdown, the nuclear option, the Venezuela operations, the ICE enforcement, the media frenzy, and the court rulings. Each of those, on its own, is
if you might be able to 1045 with him and take her to a shelter in Flagstaff.
130 Mary.
10-4. He's headed that way now from 135 on 40.
Dispatch 533, I'll be 98 with the 3.
10-4.
Please first put me out on traffic, 64 at 194.
10-4, go ahead, 1028. Over 654. Here. Negative 1029, California 9, Robert Sam Charles 706, 2 of 26, 2025 Buick, to Hertz vehicles, 1650. One 43 South, 220 South, copy traffic.
143. 220.
Going to be in the area of YAVAPAI apartment, 8800 East YAVAPAI Road. There is a younger caller, about 8 years old, who said her father had been hurting her. When trying to gather further, she disconnected. Within 16 meters of that plot, looks like she might have been towards the middle of the building.
143 copy. Can we double check if we have a 42 in house?
Copy. North 30, 10-4, good morning. Code 500.
Adam 82, I'm code 4, thank you.
Adam 82, 10-4.
Oh, 4-4, both units, fire 97.
220. Both units are going to be 97.
Last unit, 10-9.
220. Both units are 97.
10-4. Stand by, 94. No history of the phone number, nothing in hell.
143, copy, thank you.
CHINO 36, good morning.
Based on the last comment, we were not able to get a 27 for the caller. Copy, thank you. We'll be making contact on building 200.
10-4. CHINO 6. CHINO 20, 10-4, good morning.
Alarm engine 72.
Engine 72, go ahead.
You can cancel PD, patients being cooperative.
Alarm copy.
Next.
Adam 82, good night, 10-4.
Adam 86, 10-7, good night.
Adam 86, 10-4, good night. A driver at 69 in Crossroads Drive. They were going westbound and eastbound lanes. It's an older white Volkswagen, older male driver. End of ATL.
Can we get the last 4 digits of that phone?
9505. Correction, 9501.
The last 4 of the 21, please.
9501.
On 43, I apologize. Thank you. College 87 will be 97.
10-4.
D2.
10-4, 1730.
2 cars on fire next to a house. House is safe. We'll advise when we're complete here.
Engine 58, 113 Alpha, Echo Medical, 8683 East Common Circle, Granite Mountain Apartments, Apartment C, Charlie 201.
Going to be negative at 205.
10-4. Patrol 113, can you copy a wrong way westbound in the eastbound
westbound 69 about mile pulse 290, last seen about 5 ago per Prescott PD. Let's prepare for ATL in 5. For a wrong-way driver, started at the 69 in Crossroads, last seen going through DPS. It's going to be an old Volkswagen, white in color, driving westbound on the eastbound lanes. DPS has been advised. End of ATL 1705.
Myself, 28 and 42 at 10-7, good night.
CHINO 14, 10-4.
Seven call 132.
Stand by, next bar.
From 256.
12-6-4-10-4 from 256 and HPTOC is advising off right end of Coldwater on-ramp access from Coldwater.
I'll be 10-7.
CHINO 42, 10-4. Have a good night.
Show is out at apartment 307. 133.
R30, 10-4.
That's 493.
493, go ahead.
Can I get a DR number?
Your DR is 9308, 9308.
That's up. Thank you.
Sam 64, code 500, both units. Via 21.
Stated the male's not hurting the 101. She was laying down on the ground but is now sitting up. Possible 1016 or a medical issue. She is up now and near the truck but is stumbling around and has now laid down again on the ground. He is just standing there not touching her. Under 5225.
Dispatch 493. Female's being transported to YRMC West by Lifeline. I'll be 98.6 Mary.
10-4.
Can you copy a 964, possibly a 961? I lost the call. It was on 89A, about 383.8, possibly southbound. Male was advising he hit what sounded like a guardrail, and then I lost the call.
10-4, will be 19.
10-4, thanks, sir. 1769.
I need to throw down third or anything.
North 10-4. 77, 12, 493, copy traffic.
577, go ahead. 493.
1034, blocking in front of the Prescottonian Motel, 1317 East Gurley Street. It's an older white Toyota Corolla blocking left eastbound lane.
I copy. 493, copy. 536, I'll go for 577, you can advise.
10-4.
12, 6-4, 10-4, 17, 18 hours. Sedona, MVA, area 5514, mile marker 383, state route 89A, vehicle into guardrail, engine 551, ambulance 541, channel 3.
In the area.
10-4.
Correct, 493.
493, go ahead.
GOA.
I copy.
.493 back. Both units 10-8.
10-4.
Silverado headed southbound. He advised he was sideswiped by a vehicle and then hit the embankment. He has a flat tire and some damage to the vehicle. He has someone coming to assist with the tire, but he is requesting a report for damage.
And we'll be 19 still.
10-4, 1723.
At Sedona Sky. Did you want me to assign it? I'm not sure if it's the same one. Outer 52, 10-4, thank you, sir. Break 70, that 28 is negative 29. Correction, expired on a Chevy Silverado registered to a Charles at Accorded Lake.
And copy 1025.
Say 59, go ahead.
7928 Young John Adam for Lincoln X-ray. We're at Main Street in Prescott.
59, Negative 29, valid on a Toyota Camry registered to a Pauline out of Prescott.
Chino 9 up, 10-8, 1019 by 42.
Chino 924.
Assign 137.
North 30, 10-4.
30, that is still on 21. 66, 1020.
North 30, negative. Break. North 66, go ahead.
North 66, that'll be Highway 89, mile marker 339, stand by for 28.
North 66, 10-4.
North 66, 28 is going to be Charles George Victor 4194, should come back to a Subaru.
North 66, 10-4.
running out Del Rio.
Step of a car.
College 87.
College 87, go ahead.
College 87, will be being route to the Prescott Valley campus.
10-4.
Stand by 95.
12-17, 10-4. 1729 hours.
Call 137 suspicious 91. I copy that. PBA 21.
North 30, 10-4.
Is a significant event, but together they form something much more sophisticated. They form a system of leverage. Here's what I mean. Imagine you're negotiating, doesn't matter what for, could be anything. If you only have one point of pressure, your opponent can focus all their energy on resisting that one thing. But if you have multiple points of pressure, all applied simultaneously, they have to make
North
choices.
66, negative
They have
29,
to decide what to
valid.
defend, what to
2025,
concede, where to push
Subaru
back.
Forester
And
belonging
while they're
to
making
a
those
British
calculations, you're controlling the tempo of the entire negotiation. That's what Trump did here.
Simple, man. Will
He
you
wasn't
do me
just
a favor
fighting
and
one
run bridges,
battle.
please?
He was fighting 5 or 6 at once, and each one
North
created
66,
leverage for the others. The shutdown fight gave him leverage over Congress. The Venezuela operations gave him leverage over foreign actors and domestic critics who'd been dismissive of his security policies. The ICE enforcement gave him leverage over immigration activists and sanctuary jurisdictions. And the court rulings, even when they went against him, gave him leverage over public opinion because he could position himself as the reasonable actor being blocked by partisans.
14 South
It's
13th
multidimensional
Street,
strategy.
Protocol. Engine 411
And
MSI.
the reason most people didn't see it coming is because we're conditioned to think of politics as linear. We expect one issue at a time, one response at a time, one news cycle at a time. But Trump doesn't operate
North
that way.
66,
He
negative
never
29,
has.
Valid.
He
Class
throws
David.
multiple variables into play simultaneously, and he watches to see who
Bring
can
him back
keep
over.
up. Now, some people call that chaos. I call it high-stakes problem solving. Because the reality is, the challenges we're facing as a country, drug trafficking, illegal immigration, government dysfunction, geopolitical threats, they're not isolated problems. They're interconnected. And if you try to solve them one at a time, using the slow, cautious, consensus-driven approach that Washington prefers, you'll never get ahead of the curve. You'll always be reactive, always playing defense. What Trump did, whether you agree with his methods or not, was go on offense. He seized the initiative, and in doing so, he forced everyone else to respond to him, rather than the other way around. That's leadership under pressure. That's decision-making when the stakes are real. And here's the part that I think matters most for all of us watching this unfold. The broader consequences of this moment extend far beyond the immediate policy wins or losses. Because what we're witnessing is a fundamental shift in how power operates in the modern era. The old playbook, the one where you build coalitions, negotiate compromises, move incrementally, and hope public opinion eventually comes around, that playbook assumed a certain amount of good faith on all sides. It assumed that if you played by the rules, others would too. But we've learned over the past couple of decades that assumption no longer holds. When one side is willing to use every procedural tool, every media advantage, every institutional lever at their disposal, and the other side insists on unilateral restraint, the outcome is predictable. The restrained side loses. Not because their ideas are worse, but because they've handicapped themselves in the fight. So what happens now? What are the broader consequences of Trump's latest moves? Let's start with Venezuela. If Maduro's regime is genuinely destabilized, if the pressure from U.S. operations combined with internal unrest and economic collapse, finally forces a transition of power that's a seismic shift for the entire region. It would mean one less hostile actor on America's doorstep. It would mean millions of Venezuelan refugees could potentially return home instead of flooding neighboring countries and straining resources. And it would send a message to other rogue regimes. Alignment with our adversaries has consequences. But there's a flip side. Regime change is messy. History is full of examples where removing a dictator created a power vacuum that led to even worse outcomes. So the question isn't just can we topple Maduro, it's what comes next. And that's where the real test of strategy lies, not in the initial strike, but in the follow-through, in the stabilization, in the long-term plan. On the domestic front, the consequences are just as significant. The use of the nuclear option, the aggressive ICE enforcement, the willingness to bypass traditional norms, all of that sets precedents. Some people will cheer. Others will worry that we're eroding the checks and balances that keep our system stable. And honestly, both reactions are valid, because precedents cut both ways. The tools Trump is using today will be available to his successors tomorrow, and we may not always agree with how they're used. But here's what I keep coming back to. Stability isn't the absence of conflict. It's the ability to weather conflict and come out stronger on the other side. And right now, America is in the middle of a stress test. The shutdown tested our resilience. The Venezuela operations tested our resolve. The enforcement actions tested our commitment to the rule of law. And the political battles tested our capacity for self-governance. So far, the system is holding.
EMS assignment area 3080
not smoothly,
520
but it's holding.
East Pebble Circle for
And that
fall,
matters.
engine 311
Because
ambulance
for all the
311
talk of chaos and crisis, the reality is that the fundamental institutions, courts, military, elections, civil society, are still functioning. They're being strained, yes. They're being challenged, absolutely. But they haven't collapsed. And as long as they don't, we have a path forward. Now, I want to shift gears for a moment and talk about something that often gets lost in these big strategic debates. The human element. Because while we've been discussing geopolitics and legislative tactics, there are real people affected by all of this. Federal workers who went a month without pay and are now wondering if it'll happen again. Families who depend on food assistance and spend sleepless nights worrying about how they'd make ends meet. Immigrants, both legal and undocumented, living in fear of enforcement actions. Communities dealing with the opioid crisis that's fueled by the very cartels Trump is targeting. These aren't abstract policy questions. They're lived experiences. And one of the responsibilities we all share, whether we're leaders or citizens, is to hold both truths at once. The strategic necessity of tough decisions and the human cost of those decisions. You can believe that securing the border is essential and still feel compassion for the individuals caught in that process. You can support strong action against narco-terrorists and still mourn the lives lost to addiction here at home. These things aren't contradictory. They're the full picture. And I think that's where a lot of our national discourse falls short. We've gotten so used to binary thinking, you're either with us or against us, either pro-Trump or anti-Trump, either hardline or soft, that we've lost the ability to hold complexity. But life is complex. Leadership is complex. And the challenges we face don't fit neatly into ideological boxes. So when I look at what just happened, this coordinated sequence of moves across multiple fronts, I don't see it as proof that one side is right and the other's wrong. I see it as a case study in how power operates under pressure, and the lessons from that case study apply no matter where you sit on the political spectrum. Lesson 1. Timing matters. Trump didn't wait for perfect conditions. He acted when the moment presented itself, even though the risks were high. Sometimes waiting for consensus means waiting forever. Lesson 2. Coordination amplifies impact. None of these individual actions would have been as effective in isolation, but together they created a force multiplier. That's true in business, in engineering, in community organizing, anywhere people are trying to accomplish something difficult. Lesson 3. Expect resistance and plan for it. Trump knew the courts might push back. He knew the media would criticize. He knew activists would protest. And he went ahead anyway because he'd already calculated that the resistance was manageable and the objective was worth it. Lesson 4. Narrative matters, but results matter more. The media can spin a story 100 different ways, but at the end of the day, people judge leaders by outcomes. Did the government reopen? Is the border more secure? Those are the questions that will shape the long-term verdict on this moment. And that brings me to where we are right now. In one sense, the crisis has passed, but in another sense, it hasn't. Because the underlying tensions, the political polarization, the institutional gridlock, the security threats, the economic pressures, those are still with us. This wasn't a resolution. It was a reprieve. And the next chapter is already being written. What will that chapter look like? Honestly, nobody knows for sure. But here's what I believe. The next few years will test us in ways we haven't been tested in generations. We're going to face more shutdowns, more standoffs, more moments where the old rules don't seem to apply anymore. And in those moments, we're going to have to decide what kind of country we want to be. Do we want to be a country that clings to procedures even when they're failing us? Or do we want to be a country that adapts, improvises, and finds new ways forward? Do we want leaders who play it safe and avoid controversy? Or do we want leaders who take risks and accept responsibility for the outcomes? These aren't easy questions, and reasonable people will disagree on the answers. But here's what I hope we can all agree on. We need clarity. We need honesty about the challenges we face and the trade-offs required to address them. We need fewer talking points and more straight talk. And we need to resist the temptation to view everything through a partisan lens, because the problems we're dealing with don't belong to one party or the other. They belong to all of us. And that means the solutions have to come from all of us too. Not just from the White House, not just from Congress, not just from activists or experts or media figures, from citizens, from you and me. From people who are willing to stay informed, think critically, and engage in the messy, frustrating, essential work of self-governance. So if today's story taught us anything, it's this. Power doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's exercised, challenged, checked, and recalibrated constantly. And the people who shape the future aren't the ones who wait for permission. They're the ones who see an opportunity, calculate the risks, and act with conviction. Trump gave the order. The protesters miscalculated. The system bent but didn't break. And now we're left with the consequences, some intended, some not, all significant. The question isn't whether you agree with every move that was made. The question is, what do we do next? Because here's the thing about moments like this, they reveal who we are. They show us what we're capable of, for better or worse. They test our principles, our patience, and our capacity to adapt. And they set the stage for what comes after. If today's deep dive gave you a different perspective on what's really happening behind the headlines, take a second to like this video. It helps us reach more people who want context, not noise. Subscribe if you believe clarity still matters, and share your take in the comments.
matter. But needless to say, this may be it, and it could all be over in the blink of an eye. Chuck Schumer, Zohran Mamdani, finished. Oh, and then there's that other guy over in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Yeah, he's done for too, it seems. But first, let me show you what I mean. Because you see, Chuck Schumer, he's supposed to be the leader of the Democrat Party, right? Well, he cowers in fear at the mere mention of who he's planning on voting for in the New York City mayoral election. But when I tell you it looked like he had seen a ghost, I don't even know if this really does it justice. Here, watch and look and see for yourselves.
Irrespective of the dispute on whether USDA contingency funds can be used for SNAP benefits.
It is not, wait a minute, excuse me. It is not a dispute. It is fact they can use it, and the Republicans say it.
Okay, but there's, only 5 or 6 billion, and it's not cost $8 billion monthly just to administer. I mean, if anything, it would only last a couple
It does not
weeks.
cost 5 or 6 billion to administer. There's enough money to start feeding people right away. 6 billion's a lot of money, and they're using it for other things. 20 billion for Argentina. Hundreds of millions for Kristi Noem's plane. Who are we kidding here? The bottom line is they can fund it just as in 2019, just as in other shutdowns, for a long period of time.
And they also, if the contingency fund, which is $6 billion, which gets you nearly a month, 3 weeks, runs out, then they can pass Senator Lujan or Senator Hawley's bill, both of which we support. We know that there'll be 60 votes for that. Why aren't they calling it up? They're not calling it up because the House isn't here to pass it. That's the way it works. The House would have to come here. They probably would have to vote on the Epstein files, but they're choosing to let kids go hungry instead of having to vote on the Epstein files. There's no doubt about it. They have been out for 6 weeks on vacation.
Just think, if they have all this money for Argentina and all this money for other things, they have enough money to keep funding SNAP, and they know it. And I just want to say what Lujan said. Johnson just lies. He lied about on immigration, on the undocumented. He's lying about this. He just outright lies, plain and simple. It is not illegal, and his own president has done it.
Mamdani, are you going to vote for him?
Look, the bottom line is very simple. I have a good relationship with him, and we're continuing to talk.
Well, the vote is on Tuesday. What are you going to do?
And likely, Chuck Schumer was flustered after being grilled by reporters about the SNAP food stamps funding and why Democrats are using it as a leverage tool to hurt those truly in need. Legal American citizens and families who fear going hungry. Using them and hanging their EBT card balances and funds replenishments over their heads while he tries to beat Donald Trump. But while we're on the subject, I want you all to take a look at this. And I don't know if you recognize this guy, but he says a federal judge in Rhode Island has ordered Trump to continue funding benefits for SNAP. And a second judge in Boston has also ruled that Trump's attempt to suspend SNAP funding is unlawful. Here, check this out.
Huge news, guys. A federal judge in Rhode Island just ordered Trump to continue funding SNAP benefits past tomorrow. Also, a judge in Boston ruled that defunding it would be illegal. So what is Trump going to do? Is Trump going to continue to fight to take SNAP benefits away from people?
And look, this is just another masterclass in partisan sleight of hand, framing President Trump as the villain in a SNAP funding crisis while conveniently ignoring the real culprits. Senate Democrats who've repeatedly torpedoed bipartisan solutions to end this needless government shutdown. And how Senate Democrats, not Trump, are weaponizing hunger against 42 million Americans. So let's quickly dismantle this narrative point by point with the facts, exposing it as just another distraction tactic to shield Democrats from accountability. And do you want to know the truth? Trump isn't suspending benefits out of malice. He's navigating a fiscal mess created by congressional gridlock, where the real power to fix it lies with lawmakers. And those federal judges in Rhode Island and up in Boston, yeah, they're stepping way beyond their lane, attempting to cosplay as dress-up fiscal heroes this Halloween in a dispute that's Congress's and only Congress's to resolve. First of all, let's address the elephant in the room. Trump isn't blocking SNAP payments. No, Senate Democrats are blocking the funding lifeline. And this guy claims Trump is attempting to suspend SNAP funding, painting him as the one pulling the plug on food assistance for 42 million low-income Americans, including millions of children and seniors. And this is just a flat-out lie, basically. So you see, the Trump administration has repeatedly signaled willingness to use available contingency funds for partial November benefits, estimated at $5.3 billion to tide recipients over until Congress acts. But here's the kicker. That money only scratches the surface of what's needed for full benefits, and it doesn't solve the root problem. The real block is Senate Democrats who, alongside libertarian cocksucker Senator Rand Paul, the Republican from Kentucky, they have all voted no on a clean continuing resolution, CR, at least 13 times since the shutdown began on October 1, excluding the only Democrat with sound mind and a good head on his shoulders, John Fetterman. But the rest of them are all dirty, all evil, because they all know that passing a clean CR would reopen the government, fully fund SNAP without cuts or gimmicks, and end this chaos today. Republicans passed such a bill in the House weeks ago, extending funding through mid-November with no strings attached. But Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, have filibustered it every time, demanding extras like restoring Medicaid cuts from Trump's summer tax reforms and extending Obamacare subsidies at a $350 billion cost over the next 10 years. And do you know why they're playing these games? Well, it's because they're holding the American people hostage to force concessions on unrelated policy fights. But as House Majority Leader Steve Scalise put it, 42 million people are basically just going to have to suffer because Chuck Schumer and Democrats are so angry with President Trump that they just want to find any way possible to say no. Senator Rand Paul joins them in opposition. True, but he's only one voice in a sea of 47 Democrats who've turned no into their shutdown strategy. But if this fuckface Krasenstein wants to blame someone for empty EBT cards, look to the Senate floor, not the White House. Now, on to number 2, because the contingency funds are merely just a Band-Aid and not a cure. And November's just the start of the bleeding. It's literally like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. And that video clip that I shared with you touts the judge's orders as mandating the use of $5.25 billion in contingency funds for partial November benefits, implying this heroic intervention saves the day. But reality check, jackass, that's chump change against SNAP's true cost. The program runs nearly $8 billion per month to serve 42 million recipients at an average of about $187 to $190 per person. The contingency pot is barely a drop in the bucket at a measly $5 to $6 billion. That covers maybe 60 to 70% of 1 month's needs if the administration dips into it at all. And then what? Come December, it's bone dry with no new appropriations because, surprise, surprise, Congress is shut down still. Folks, this isn't massive breaking news for long-term relief. It's a short-term patch on a gaping wound. And the Rhode Island ruling by Judge John McConnell demands immediate distribution of emergency funds, but even it acknowledges this is temporary, urging full funding from other sources. Boston's Judge Indiria Talwani called the suspension unlawful based on erroneous legal construction, but her order is softer and she wants Trump just to report back by Monday on partial payments without forcing full compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, these are stopgaps, not solutions. Pretending otherwise distracts from the fiscal cliff ahead, and Democrats know it. Without a CR, SNAP lapses entirely next month, hitting local economies hard. As Bernie Sanders brought up, every dollar in benefits generates $1.50 to $1.80 in economic activity, which doesn't say much considering it's just money from our government issuing handouts. But nevertheless, Trump's team has been abundantly clear. They'd fund it fully if Congress ponied up. But Democrats' refusal to pass the CR, yeah, folks, that's the real unlawful act against vulnerable families. But nothing exposes the Democrat playbook like Schumer's recent gaslighting on SNAP costs. And we all know Chuck Schumer and the Democrats